Yo, hello Flower Puppy 67. Yo, hello Willow Birch.
Hello, everyone. I don't usually go up to the top of this mountain, but I figured I'd try it out tonight. It's really fucking cold up here, okay? I'm sorry, I didn't know it was so fucking windy today. How's everybody doing? Any trick-or-treaters are out on the prowl in your neighborhoods tonight? You giving out any candy? Look, I moved his car into the driveway, and he said he can't wait to turn all the lights off. Last year he sat out in the driveway on a like a chair, trying to be a little more visible and hand out candy. And the only time anyone stopped to talk to him was to ask him if they could cut through our yard to the other side of the neighborhood. Why is my light chat on? Let's fix that. That's better. Not supposed to be light, it's dark. Hey, so I don't usually do this for streams, but
Good evening, Dante Wolf.
tonight I'm gonna post on Blue Sky about the stream and about it just being kind of a story time tonight. I got a couple Choose Your Own Adventure books. I signed up for an archive.org account so that I can check out books in the series and read them without issue. And yeah. Oh. Just waiting on the ads to stop running. We try to get those out of the way at the beginning of the stream. They're supposed to start 1 minute in, but sometimes they take their sweet ass time to get started. What can you do? Welcome in, Dante. Hello, Willow. Welcome in, Rian Flower. Oh, I see Napsu. It's very picturesque Halloween where I live. The wind is howling. Leaves are blowing all over. Clouds are changing constantly. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Would you hike to the top of this haunted mountain?
Good evening, JD Puppy.
Happy Day of the Dead. Isn't that tomorrow? Or Flapjack, thank you so much. I appreciate that a ton. I hope you are great. What are you up to tonight? Are you trick-or-treating? Or that chocolatey coated ice cream loaded, big and thick, no room for a stick. What would you do for a Klondike bar? I can't believe I remembered the words to that song. Not a fucking shot. I would have bet $1 on me doing that. Hi. Why is this reactive thing? I don't. I lost my train of thought already. What was I changing? Oh, right. Got it. Okay. It's posted. If you want to tell your friends to come hang out with you here tonight, this is the night to do it. It's story night. I'm snapping my fingers. Fox, welcome in. Napsu, how are you doing? We are not, we are sick, so we are home. Does that mean Flapjack's gonna be here all night? I think so. I snap so well. How do you judge that? Can it pick it up if it's like, hold on. It kind of does. Now I find out that I didn't type my my Twitch in right. No, I did. I'm just kidding. You cannot snap well. I can't whistle at all. I cannot whistle even a little bit. So does anybody know or have a guess what book I picked tonight to read first of the Choose Your Own Adventure series? Don't be scared, Ibon. There's nothing to be scared of. You're the star of the story. Choose from 27 possible endings. It's not a Goosebumps book. No, it's one that actually scared me as a kid. But it is a Choose Your Own Adventure. Fox, I will tell you, I declined your previous BRB clip request because we have so many Kirby commercials on the BRB feed. Sorry. But keep submitting. You get your points back if I deny it, so it's no harm. So it existed when we were kids? Yeah, I mean, let me see. Zeal, holy shit, hello. Thank you. 3 years at tier 3. It must mean something. This book was published in 1983, so it predates me by a couple of years. What in the hell is a golden kappa train? You get the emote golden kappa for 24 hours. Well, Twitch sure does know how to market to me. Okay.
Chase Raccoon incoming. Welcome, Raiders.
Hi, Chase. You're an hour late. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Raiders, if you want to potentially earn some quick dough, why don't you participate in this quick prediction? Chase, I will be honest with you. Okay, thank you, Napsu. Holy crap. Thanks for the follows. Appreciate the raid. I know how your stream was because I watched most of it. In fact, we were in the living room eating, and I was like, "Oh damn, I don't have my phone with me," so I couldn't chat while we were eating dinner. But I will say, the way you reacted to mango, sweet potato, and carrot, I'm surprised. I'm not going to say it would be my first choice of a meal. It just doesn't sound like it would have been, bad. But you sure did not like it on first blush. Sorry if my voice sounds a little raspy. I turned on some filters so we could do some quiet reading later. It's probably just going to make it sound a little weird in the meantime. You think your soul left your body? Well, something's going to leave your body soon. Someone ban Happy Lab, please. I'm kidding, don't. I realized as soon as I said that like you thought that maybe it came out like a little too serious. You thought I was a little under the weather. No. Well, kiddos. No, so we do have a command that's like a joke. There you go, Willow got it. Timeout. They are terrible at internal server error. Wonderful. Perfect. I mean, to be honest, me too. My most recent coffee was from a business named The Human Being. It was not from Starbucks. Willow gets mad when Willow gets points. You've also raided into a golden kappa train, which we were making fun of while you were raiding. So, folks, if you want to hang out tonight, we're just going to be doing some storytelling, which is going to start with a choose your own adventure story. Yes, it has a little bit of a filter so that I can talk really quiet, and it still gives me like a kind of a, you know what? In fact, I'll give you some free ASMR. Well, why don't we do the first story with ASMR like this? I'm gonna put this thing right up against. There you go. You put my whole point total in and you won. Let's go. Okay. Does anybody have a favorite choose your own adventure story? We're up on this mountain. We aren't able to make a fire, so I'll just have to do with the lanterns. It's too windy up here. Sure could use a little fire right now. There was one on an island. Well, folks, that narrows it down. The samurai one. No, I'm going to just decline that one. The Blue Ridge Fall Amnesia Stories. Is that a reference to when Willow pretended to be me? Okay, that's all I thought. All right. Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. It's weird. I don't usually stream on Fridays, but because we got back Sunday night, yeah, what's up? Thank you for the 100 bits, Greyhawk. Because we just got back no, we didn't get back last night. What am I saying? Because we got back late Sunday night, and we had to do a stream on Monday before Willow left and is now back home on Tuesday. It felt a little too soon for Wednesday, and whenever you have a special occasion, it's always a good opportunity, I think, to do something a little special. Like, traditions are hard to come by sometimes to feel legitimate. And so, it's totally understandable if you want to reject the celebration of a holiday that you don't particularly like, but I like to see it as a challenge. Like, what can I do differently if the opportunity presents itself, So, Space Patrol. Space Patrol is a good guess. That is that we are now onto actual titles of Choose Your Own Adventure books. But sadly, Space Patrol is not in my browser window right now. It is not. Did you expect us to stay on task? You're getting better. All right, let's see. Let me make sure the scene isn't broken. All right, that looks good. What do we get when we do this? There we go. Tonight, for the first hour, we're going to be reading a book called The Horror of High Ridge. Published in 1983, written by Julius Goodman, illustrated by Paul Granger. You got one word correct. What was that? High or of or the? This is the 27th book in the series and was published before I was born, so you are in for a treat.
Good evening, Zunafen.
Hi, Zuna. Welcome in. So, if you're ready to hang out, I think we should begin. By the way, if you are not aware, you can find a lot of these books very easily on the open Internet Archive. You have to make an account. You have to check them out. I'm sure there's some legal loopholes they have to jump through and stuff. Legal, not legal loopholes. You know what I mean? But it's actually pretty easy. Once you make an account, you can just be like, give me, and then, yeah. So, okay. How's the audio? Is everybody okay with the audio right now? Are you cozy? I have on my hoodie. Leroy's here. Leroy's wearing a deer hat. I have a drink from the Human Being in a Java sock. And on the top of the lid in permanent marker is written the word boo. But the two O's in boo make the eyes, and there's a little mouth under it, which is a code word for please tip me. And if this coffee didn't taste like literal dirt from the earth, I might have. But I will say thank you to Lokai for picking it up this morning. All right. Kids can't stop reading the Choose Your Own Adventure stories. I like Choose Your Own Adventure books because they're full of surprises. I can't wait to read more. Makes you think thoroughly before making decisions. I read 5 different stories in one night, and that's a record for me. The different endings are fun. Timmy Sullivan is chasing the world record of number of stories in a night at age 9. Wow. It's great fun. I like the idea of making my own decisions. It feels like these reviews are actually like subtle hints to their parents, like, you should let me do more, Mom. Hi, welcome in, Jonas. Teachers like the series too. Did you know that? Okay. This is from the DeKalb Middle School Media Center, which may have been local to me. And we are discarding this person in the book. Now, I remember, just to give you a heads up on this, I remember that my cousin Josh read this book to a lot of the other cousins when we were gathered either for, I don't know, Thanksgiving or Christmas or something like that. And I remember actually being pretty scared of the stories that were being told. Are these stories actually scary? Or is this actually going to be good in any way? This is a coin flip, but it is one I wanted to check out tonight. Cool. I just learned by the opening pages of this book that the Choose Your Own Adventure books are, there's a series for younger readers, and I have never seen any of these, and now I feel like Chase needs to read them on stream now that I want to find out. Anyway, The Horror of High Ridge. Wait. Oh, I actually forgot to borrow it. Hold on. If it tells me okay, perfect. Whew. That's service. That's that's a library. Reading level 4, Illinois, age 10 and up. December 1983. Okay. Warning. Do not read this book straight through from beginning to end. These pages contain many different stories, adventures you can have in the little town of High Ridge. From time to time, as you read along, you may be asked to make a choice. Your choice may lead to success or disaster. I've already inserted, changed, or removed multiple words in like the first 2 sentences, so just get ready for that. The adventures you take are the result of your choices. You are responsible because you choose. If you kill someone, you are liable. After you make a choice, follow the instructions to see what happens to you next. Think carefully before you make a move. In the ghostly battle for revenge, any choice might be your last. Will you save yourself from the horror of High Ridge? Or you'll be trapped forever. Depends on you. Good luck. You look like you're not trying hard enough. You were standing at the window of your cabin, looking out onto the street. The waning moon shines quietly over High Ridge. It reflects on the frost beginning to form, giving each building of the small mountain town a glowing outline. Earlier that evening, you said goodnight to your friends, Ricardo and Lisa, who've been spending the summer with you searching for your great-uncle Rush's buried fortune. Then you settled down into your favorite parlor chair with an obscure volume of High Ridge history. This is when we discover that you have more than one parlor chair and that this is your favorite. You hoped this book of High Ridge history would give you some clues to the whereabouts of the fortune. Are we taking the fortune seriously? A fortune that only kids can get to? Okay. After a few hours, you dozed off Then a sound outside startled you awake. You jumped to the window to look outside. At first, you heard nothing. You're beginning to wonder if you imagined it. Then the sound that you woke, then the sound that woke you, a morning. Third tries the charm. Then the sound that woke you, a moaning scarier than any sound you have ever heard, begins again. I don't like this, you say to yourself. Thinking of the history of High Ridge. Oh, can we do single page? Can we do that? Yeah, let's not, no cheating. Can we zoom out? Okay, you know what? That's fine. We'll make it work. I don't like this, you say to yourself, thinking of the history of High Ridge. You've just read that 100 years ago, and again 50 years ago, something happened in High Ridge so horrible that most people won't talk about it. And the accounts of those who do are very different. The links between both incidents are horrible moans and the disappearance or ghastly deaths of town residents. You hop back into your chair and pull the blanket over your head. Just as your pounding heart slows to normal, you are startled by a nearby scream. You whip off the blanket. It's Lisa. The screaming stops. Lisa laughs with relief. Oh, it's you. With the blanket over your head, I thought you were a ghost. I woke up when I heard a noise. She points to your book, where it landed on the floor when you jumped. Ricardo comes running in. What's going on? I heard screaming. Hey, Bug, welcome in. Go on to the next page. Then the moaning starts again. Lisa and Ricardo run to the window. What is that? They shout together. I heard it a minute ago. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. Let's go find out what it is, suggests Ricardo. Are you crazy? Cries Lisa. Listen to it. It's scary. Sure it is. That's what makes it fun. I'd say let's leave the cabin and see what it is. Not me, says Lisa. I don't want to go tramping around in the dark, looking for whatever is making that horrible sound. Both of them turn to look at you. Hold it, you two. Before we make a decision, I have to tell you what I've been reading. Reading? Lisa asks. Since when do you read? Yeah, what is this, a book report? No, wait, you say a little angrily. This is important. I've been reading this book, High Ridge, an oral history. It's mostly a lot of ghost stories by old timers. Some of the ghosts are Indians, some are prospectors. They founded this town, remember? So what? Quiet, Ricardo, Lisa says. Go on, I want to hear more. The stories about what happens to the ghosts are conflicting. Some say the prospector ghosts killed the Indian ghosts. In some, it's the other way around. And in some, both kind of ghosts actually kill the townspeople. But that's all hooey, Richard says. Even if you believe in ghosts, what does that have to do with us? All the stories have one thing in common, you answered. They all talk about horrible moans, just like the ones we're hearing. Just then, as if on cue, a moan drifts into the cabin. Everyone is silent for a moment. Then Ricardo says, well, I'm ready to go look around if you are. He doesn't sound quite as certain as he did before. Lisa, though, sounds surer than before. Not me, she says curtly. If you decide you'd rather wait in the cabin and try to ignore whatever is moaning outside, turn to page 6. If you decide to investigate this eerie sound, go on to the next page. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Polls take too long. I don't want to decide for myself. If you want to do the first option, you put 1 in the chat. If you want to do the second option, you put 2 in the chat. And then we can all decide what the consensus is and probably argue about it. Okay. Okay. All right. Zuna's like, fuck this. Go back in time. Okay. And we'll go on to the next page. Let's go, you announce. I don't really think there's anything too awful out there. You're kidding, says Lisa. Come on, Lisa. You don't believe in ghosts and spooks and stuff like that, do you? It's probably just some kid practicing for Halloween or a rusty gate swinging in the wind. A rusty gate? Lisa's really upset now. And yes, I do believe in ghosts. At least I didn't disbelieve them. I'm not going out there. She crosses her arms and turns away. Ricardo, don't just sit there. Help me talk some sense into Lisa. There's no wind, Ricardo says gravely. Huh? I said there's no wind. Well, what does that have to do with anything? Well, that means there can't be a creaky gate. Ha! Lisa faces you again. I told you so. Ricardo, that's not much help. You stop in consternation. You don't know what to do. Everybody is silent for a few minutes. Finally, you have an idea. But before you can say anything, you smell kerosene. And then the room plunges into darkness. Turn to page 9. So it has this cool feature, at least it did the last time I checked it, where you can grab and like find page 9 and let go. And it'll go to page 9. It actually says page 9 at the bottom, even though it's like page 21 in the book. It's pretty cool. They all work like that. Don't panic, anyone. It's only the lamp. It just ran out of kerosene. Why don't you get electricity like everyone else? Why don't you get electricity like everyone else? Lisa sounded really angry. Ricardo is chuckling to himself. I told you you were playing, really. I like the old-time feel of the cabin the way it is. It's just like when it was my great uncle's. It wouldn't be the same with electricity. Except for the darkness of the cabin, everything is as it was before. You've forgotten what you were going to say. Then out of the blackness comes the moaning sound. Your chest feels cold. You hear another noise mixed in with the moans. Do you hear that? You whisper. Oh, excuse me. Do you hear that? Well, what? The moans? Lisa asks. Shh, says Ricardo. Yes, I hear it too. Cries for help. I hear it now, Lisa says after a pause. Let's go. Turn to page 11. Okay, I can't hide both. You all run to your rooms and hastily dress in warm clothes. The night air is cold in the mountains. As you race out the door, you suddenly realize you don't know where you're going or what you're doing. They're just like me. Wait a minute, you say. What are we doing? We're going to help whoever is calling for help, of course, responds Lisa. What about the ghosts, you ask? Remember the stories? They're just stories, Ricardo says. But maybe we should climb the church tower first and look the town over. Ricardo, excuse me? Ricardo. I don't know where we're going. Do you believe in ghosts? Hey, I know what we should do. We should climb the church tower. Ricardo. I wonder if maybe we shouldn't go over to Mr. Phillips' house first. Wait, who is he? Lisa asks. The unofficial town historian. He's lived here all his life and knows everything about High Ridge. He's also our nearest neighbor. Folks, we have a decision to make. We have 3 decisions this time. Do we go for the cries for help, climb the church tower, or head to Mr. Phillips' house? I don't know if I've ever seen 3 choices, but yeah, let me know. Okay, we got 1 for 2, 1 for 3. Y'all don't want to be good Samaritans? Okay, we're tied up. Mr. Phillips' house. We're tied up again. Zuna wants to go to Mr. Phillips' house. Okay. So does Loki. Going once. Going twice. Okay. Mr. Phillips' house it is. Let's go over to Mr. Phillips' house, you announce. What about the cries for help? I don't know, Lisa. I don't know any alternatives. Or I don't like any of our alternatives, including staying in the cabin. But the cries for help are coming from that way anyway. I think it would be good for us to stop at Mr. Phillips' house. You pause and then say, maybe he's the one calling for help. Okay, I guess. With Lisa's tentative approval, you set off. Although it is not far to your destination, it seems to take forever. It is as if the whole town is holding its breath and watching you walk down the street. As you approach the house, caution slows you down even further. Finally, the house appears. Suddenly, you stop dead in your tracks. Wait, did you see that? Yeah. What do we do? Watch him. Carter says as he drops to the ground and crawls forward. You don't want to be left behind, so you follow, Lisa bringing up the rear. Page 32. An Indian. Okay, well, 1983, folks. Disclaimer, disclaimer. You know. Maybe I didn't pick the best book to read. It's, you know what? It's fine. This is why we revisit things with new context. An Indian moves silently around the house, peeking in the windows. As you are wondering how to get warning to Mr. Phillip without giving yourself away, the Indian steps back suddenly and shoots an arrow through the side window. Then he disappears into the air as if he had never existed. Before you can stop her, Lisa runs to the house and flings open the door. The silence is broken by her screams. You rush to the house. Lisa stands by the door, hands over her eyes. Mr. Phillip is sprawled on the floor, an arrow in his chest. His terror-stricken eyes are wide open. He is dead. Turn to page 34. You freeze, unable to move. As you stare at Mr. Phillip's body, you notice that the arrow is gradually disappearing until it is gone. You turn to Ricardo and Lisa. They have been watching the arrow too. Keep watching, says Ricardo. You wonder what he's talking about as you turn your back to the corpse. The body is disappearing. A minute later, it vanishes completely. Now what? Whispers Lisa. If you decide to go back to your house and hide there, turn to page 71. If you decide that you must have information on what is happening, turn to page 101. Folks, it is voting time. It looks like more information is winning by a mile. Sorry, Loki. Okay. We have a dedicated team of voters. All right, page 101. We'd better leave, you say. What? Go out there again? Lisa is aghast. Ricardo? Who, me? Ricardo gulps. I'll go anywhere and do anything, he says finally, but he doesn't look convincing. Let's go then, you say. I think we'd better try Ricardo's idea of climbing the church tower and getting a good look around. You move hurriedly out the door, Ricardo behind you. After a pause, Lisa follows too. Turn to page 16. I think we might have dodged death. Okay, I thought there'd be like a drawing on it. Never mind. The way it was cut. No, don't mind me. You lead the way to the church tower. The night air is cold on your face. You are warm. You find yourself shivering nonetheless. The moans occur only once as you walk to the tower. They are hollow sounding, not terribly loud, and you are unable to locate their source. The sound surrounds you. When the moans stop, you look at each other as if to say, What are we doing here? You continue on, however, and soon reach the tower. The church is open. You climb the stairs hurriedly to the top. There's nothing to see, Lisa wails, frustrated. Keep looking on that side, Lisa, says Ricardo. There must be something. You all keep looking, but nothing appears. The red glow is not a fire. It's just a red glow over a small park on the north end of the town. Except for the glow, everything seems normal until you hear footsteps coming up the tower stairs. The tread is slow but steady and does not sound human. You realize at the start that the stairs are the only way out of the tower, except jumping. Turn to page 35. What do we do? Keep calm, Lisa, whispers Ricardo. Keep calm. Are you kidding? He's right, you say. Lisa, there's nothing we can do. You sound braver than you feel. The footsteps are much closer now. I guess we just face whoever it is, or whatever. Oh, Ricardo. Lisa is almost in tears. Then the stair climber comes into view. It's neither a prospector nor an Indian. It's just a young man. Lisa plops down in relief. You and Ricardo let out a sigh. But then you notice that your visitor is a little unusual. For one thing, he's dressed in old-fashioned clothes. For another, he flickers, turning almost invisible at times. Who are you? You ask. What am I is more appropriate, he answers. What? Stammers Ricardo. Don't be alarmed. I won't hurt you. I'll try to help, as I've tried once before, but I don't suppose it'll work now either. Guess you'd like the whole story. You're not sure you would, but there doesn't seem to be any choice. Shortly after this town was founded, the visitor begins. Some of the founding prospectors came upon a group of Indians who were engaged in a religious ceremony. The prospectors were drunk and were frightened by the Indians. They attacked and slaughtered them, desecrated their ritual objects, and ruined their sacred site. The rest of the Indian community retaliated later, perhaps because the interrupted ceremony was a burial ritual. The victims of both sides became spirits to haunt this town. So since then, the last time about 50 years ago, all the spirits reappeared and, compelled by some horrible force, killed one another over and over. Over the spirits hangs a red glow. Whether the actions of the spirits cause the glow or the glow directs the actions, I don't know. But how do you fit in? Interrupts Ricardo. As horrible as this grotesque and involuntary game is, there is something more horrible yet. When the spirits return to town, they are also compelled to kill people there. How horrible, Lisa exclaims. Is that what happened to you, you ask? Yes, he replies. The Indian chief appeared and asked me to help end the horror. I tried unsuccessfully. What were you supposed to do? Ricardo asks. The chief will have to tell you. I can stay here no longer. The last word drifts back to you as, before your terrified gaze, the speaker throws himself off the tower. Turn to page 41. You all rush to the tower's edge. The spirit floats down, landing on his feet, and runs off toward the red glow. That was terrible, Lisa said. We must help. How awful to be caught in such a horror. What if we fail too? Asks Ricardo. But we won't, says Lisa. We're special, and there are 3 of us. Lisa's explanation is not convincing. You too would like to try to stop the horror, but you're afraid of getting caught in it. If you decide to help stop what is happening, turn to page 61 if you think it is too dangerous. Turn to page 53. Folks, what are we doing? Magician's like, I'm noble. I'm going in. It is kind of hard to... Okay, uh-oh. Oh, all right. I mean, can we agree it's both? Like, we want to stop, we want to play along, but like, it is obviously too dangerous for anyone to be involved in here. Okay. The ones have it a little bit. I feel like I'm just assuming we die if we go to 53, but we'll see. All right. Jonas solidifies the one's lead. We're turning to page 61. I don't like it, but I must try to help stop the horror. I'm with you. Me too. Well, great, you guys. Have any suggestions? I'm at a loss. I suppose we need the Indian chief. We can't just walk around looking for him. Wait, you cry. I remember something. In the museum that's upstairs in the library, there's a statue of an Indian chief with a poem that nobody's ever figured out. I can't remember it, but it might have something to do with this. Sounds weird, but possible, Ricardo says. Shall we go to the museum and read the poem, you ask? Unless we try to find the real chief, Lisa says. Are we going to the museum or are we looking for the real chief? Team, what say you? The museum has the first vote. The museum is winning. The museum is unanimous. It is. Sometimes I look at these choices in these books and I'm like, they don't do a very good job of compelling you in multiple directions, right? If you literally have no idea where to go, why would you just these choices are essentially go toward something or nothing. Like, I know they're doing it in limited space, but like they could have stuck another sentence or two in there, like, what if we tried this other thing I knew about, right? Anyway, page 74. Museum time. Let's go to this museum. It seems like a safer bet. You stay hidden in the shadows along the way. The wind has picked up and feels cold on your neck. When you reach the library, you realize the front door is in direct moonlight. How are we supposed to get in? Oh, shoot. I realized I left the key that Miss Grundy, the librarian, gave me this morning back at the cabin. Is there a back door? Ricardo asks. Yeah, but it's usually bolted. We're going to the second floor, right? Asks Lisa. Yeah. What about the fire escape on the side? Can't we climb up and break a window? I'm sure no one's going to mind under these circumstances. Good idea, Lisa, says Ricardo, and before you can stop him, he's hurrying off. You have no choice but to follow. As you climb the metal fire escape, you feel very exposed. You've never liked open grating under your feet, and now it feels awful. When you reach the top, Ricardo has already broken the window and crawled in. You start to slide in after him when you hear a shot. Ricardo groans. You hear a thud as he hits the floor. You're not sure what to do. Crawl in and see what's happening or get out of there quickly. It doesn't help that to find that you're stuck. Behind you, Lisa's urgently whispering, hurry up. What happened? Was that a shot? Come on. A woman's voice rings out in the darkness. Oh no, I've shot him. It's Miss Grundy. As quickly as possible, you free yourself and with Lisa following, rush to Ricardo. You've discovered that he's just nicked in the shoulder. Lisa gets the first aid kit and patches him up, while a distraught Miss Grundy says she thought he was a hooligan responsible for the shenanigans happening that night. You leave Lisa to console Miss Grundy and comfort Ricardo. You find the statue is in a glass case. The tomahawk in the chief's hand almost glows with an inner light. The plaque on the case reads, the following poem was found along with the statue when it mysteriously appeared in May 9th, 1889, in front of this building. To date, no one has determined the meaning of the poem or the origin of the statue. Swing me twice when the glow arrives, you'll save yourself and other lives. Swing me thrice as the horror goes, you'll bring peace between the foes. With a whoop, you break the glass, grab the tomahawk from the statue's hand, and leap down the fire escape before a Miss Grundy or Lisa can stop you. The end. It feels like we stumbled into the true ending that you're only supposed to know like after you died another way and gained some other information. What the heck? And here's the problem. I don't know where to go back to. Okay. What was our first choice? Stay inside the cabin. We went to investigate the sounds. All right. It pushed us to the church tower after we went to check on Mr. Phillips. Would we like to try cries for help or go to the church tower again and not go to the museum? I'm noticing, Jonas, that the more we read of these, the more are just like, it's almost like it should just be like the end. Try again. Like it's not, it's like not there's nothing here. There's no ending. Cries for help? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. We'll go a completely different path. We're going to die immediately. We have to go to whoever's calling for help, you finally say. Good, Lisa responds. Yeah, I guess. I mean, if I were calling for help, I'd hope somebody could come. Me too, Ricardo says. Let's get some warm clothes and get going. Just as you're ready to leave, you hear a knock at the door. Without thinking, you open it. In walks an old Indian. Wait, we just started the book over and we found exactly who we were looking for. Okay. Good evening, he says. I am Chief Walking Eagle. Oh, Lord, help me. I have been dead for 100 years. I need your help. Turn to page 28. Dead for 100 years, Ricardo exclaims. Yes, please sit down, my friends. I will explain. I will answer your questions when I'm done. When prospectors founded this town 100 years ago, they made peace with the local Indians and left them a plot of land near the new town. It was a sacred site for my people. One night, the prospectors, celebrating a gold strike, were drinking heavily. That night was a ceremonial event for my tribe, who sang as they marched to the sacred site with their ceremonial objects. The prospectors descended on the Indians and massacred them. The next day, they mined the site, taking the gold they found and buried all else under rock piles. When the rest of the tribe retaliated, they were also wiped out. What happened later, I do not understand, but now 3 times it has come to pass that those who were killed were compelled to return to kill one another over and over again from midnight until dawn. Even worse, they also kill the people who live in the town. It will stop when someone, perhaps you, removes one of the ceremonial objects buried at the sacred site and parades it through town. The spirits will follow it back to the sacred site where I will perform a special ceremony. This and only this will stop the horror at High Ridge. Dun, dun, dun. As the chief finishes his speech, his appearance alters slightly. At first, you aren't sure what is different. Then you notice he's disappearing. You, Ricardo, and Lisa are speechless. You know that they are thinking the same thing as you. Will you obey the chief's request? If you decide to help the chief, turn to page 40. If you decide helping the chief is just too darn scary, turn to page 52. Wait, nobody wants to help the chief? Who wrote this? It's from 1983, Rook. These classic books. There's a whole series of them I read when I was growing up. We are tied. 1 and 2 are tied right now. Well, now, wait. Why don't you want to help the chief? Why does everybody say it's too scary? Okay, all right. I'll do what you say. You tell Ricardo, you decide that you can't do what the chief asks. You tell Ricardo and Lisa your decision. Then what do? We'll either stay here at the cabin all night or leave in the Jeep. Ooh, Ricardo says, both sound dangerous. Which would you like to do? Do you want to stay in the cabin or try to leave in the Jeep? Are we Jeeping it? Jeepers creepers? I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's get out of here, you yell. And you head toward the Jeep. Lisa and Ricardo sit stonily by your side as you drive down the road. You tell them that you don't like the decision to leave. You don't like your decision to leave either, but you didn't have much of a choice. Just staying was too dangerous. Hope you don't regret your decision too much. The end. Yeah, let's go, baby. It is an ending. We've survived. We were like, not our problem, and we left. All right, one more. One more. We got an ad break in 5 minutes. I kind of want to figure out where the end of this was. What were we on? Like page 26 or 27? No, that was. What were we on? I don't remember what page we were on. 9? Okay. No, wait. Respond to the cries for help. We were on 21. And then we're going to do what the chief says. 28. 30. Okay, we're going to help the chief. I've decreed it. We have to help, Ricardo says. Yes, Lisa adds. There's no way we can turn him down. Exactly what I was thinking you say. I suppose we ought to grab some shovels and head over to the sacred site he's talking about. You know where it is? Yeah, I think so. You know, it's strange. I've been there several times just walking around, and I always felt uncomfortable. It's as if there's something evil there. I guess I know why now. Sounds like a wonderful place, Lisa says. We better go. You head out the door, you and Lisa carrying shovels over your shoulders, Ricardo carrying 2 flashlights. The moaning continues, but now that you know what it causes, it doesn't bother you as much. When you reach the site, Lisa turns to you. I see what you mean. This place feels awful. You better get to work, Ricardo says. Any idea where to dig? Nope. Might as well try here then. You take turns digging, holding the flashlights, but you don't find anything. Hours later, just before dawn, you are tired, sore, and disappointed. Lisa calls for a break and a conference. I suppose we have to keep digging until we run out of time? I wonder if there's another way to do this. You heard the chief, Ricardo says. You know, you say after a pause, I had a thought. Miss Grundy gave me a key to the library this morning. I wonder if we can find more clues there, now that we have some more information. Are we going back to the library? Or do we think we should keep digging? Quick, we have 20 seconds tops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Keep digging. Okay, keep digging. Okay, Flower, I'm with you. Look, I'm sure the chief wants us to succeed. He wouldn't steer us wrong. You mean keep digging? Right. But I'm all blistered and my shoulders are killing me. Take a break then. Go sit down for a little while. Take a walk around. But keep close. Yeah, and keep your eyes peeled. Okay. You know, Lisa says between shovels full of dirt, it's almost dawn. Yeah, the sky's getting lighter. I'm scared we're going to run out of time. They're coming. They're coming. We've got to do something. Who? What? You and Lisa ask. They're ghosts. They're banded together and headed this way. They're after us. Hurry. We got to get out of here. Let's go. Quick, this way, Ricardo says as he leads you away from the advancing ghosts. At the edge of the pile of tailings is the abandoned mine shaft building. As you pass the small brown weathered building, Ricardo stops and whispers, let's hide here and watch. You're curious to see what the ghost will do. You wonder if it's dangerous. Are we going to hide in the building and watch, or are we going to keep going? Keep going? Keep going. Okay. Yes, okay. We escaped. Let's get out of here, you say. Dropping your shovels, you leave quickly, walking away from the approaching ghosts. You are all silent as you arc hurriedly through the quiet town. When you enter your cabin, you feel safe at home, but you wonder how long it will be until the ghosts return to bring terror back to High Ridge. What if we went to the library? Okay, last one. You know what? We'll pick this up when we come back from break, okay? Hang tight. We'll be back in 3 minutes. All right. Oh, that's great. All right, let's get one more ending here, and then we'll switch to the next book. You run to the library. You meet no ghosts on the way. When you let yourself in the massive door, you are startled by Miss Grundy's voice. Who's there? She's relieved to find you, or to find out it's you, and she starts to tell you about her terrifying night and decision to hide in the library. Normally, you would just listen to her quietly. She's a forceful woman used to dominating the conversation. To her surprise, you tell her your story. I'm not sure I believe a word of what you're saying, she says as you're finished. But after what I saw tonight with my own eyes, she drifts into silence for a minute and then says, what about the mysterious state of the Indian chief upstairs in the museum? Statue, not state, statue. We know about the statue. Of course, you exclaim. You bound up the stairs shouting, I forgot all about it. You recall that one day, about 100 years ago, an Indian chief with the tomahawk mysteriously appeared in the library. There's a strange poem on the plaque around its neck. No one has ever figured out what it means. We've read it already. Swing me twice when the glow arrives. You'll save yourself and the others' lives. Swing me thrice as the horror goes. You'll bring your peace between your toes. Foes. With shouts of, I've got it, I got it. You break the case, grab the tomahawk, and race downstairs and out the door. You run back to the sacred site to pick up Ricardo and Lisa. You wonder if there's enough time left. Why is this circled? With the tomahawk in your hand, you feel invulnerable. You race fearlessly through the streets. At the old mining site, you find only Lisa there. Where's Ricardo? We found something, an old pipe. He went off with it to round up the ghosts. We didn't know if you had any luck. Did you find out anything? You show Lisa the tomahawk and recite the poem. What do we do, though? She asks. Will it work? To do both? Will Ricardo be able to do it by himself? You point to the east where the sky is beginning to lighten. Time is running out. Do we use the tomahawk? Or do we wait for Ricardo? Sorry, I got those backwards. So we wait for Ricardo. 1. Do we use the tomahawk? 2. My team. We have 0 votes. There's a howl outside. Use the tomahawk on Ricardo. No. Okay, we have a few 2s. We got to use the tomahawk. Tomahawk on Lisa. Okay, 97. Wonder why 110 is circled. I can't wait here, you shout. Come on. And you take off with Lisa away from the direction Ricardo went. You don't get more than 3 blocks before running into a panting Ricardo. I'm already willing to believe that. They're right behind me. What do we do? There they are. It looks like hundreds of them. They're running towards you, shouting. Above them, you see a curious red glow. Watch, you shout to Ricardo and Lisa. You raise the tomahawk high. At the sight of it, the ghosts stop running. They fall silent. In clockwise circles above your head, you swing the tomahawk twice. Look, Lisa says in an odd voice, the ghosts are disappearing. She's right. They are gradually fading away. Remembering the next instruction, as the horror goes, you swing the tomahawk 3 more times. The ghosts disappear quickly. Back to the sacred site, quick, you say, and start running. When you get there, you find the chief, arms raised to the sky, chanting. As you approach, he commands, give me the tomahawk and the pipe. You and Ricardo obey. The chief smiles. You have done well, he tells you. Walk in peace forever and continue to be brave of heart. Then he's gone. True ending speedrun, baby. What do you think would have happened if we'd gone to 110? Let's wait for Ricardo, you say. You sit on the ground, the tomahawk in your lap. You study it. It seems to glow, pulsating gently with a light and power of its own. I hope we make the right decision, Lisa's statement startles you. That's exactly what you were wondering. The eastern sky keeps brightening. It will be dawn soon, and too late. Just as you were about to tell Lisa you can't wait anymore, she shouts, "Here it comes!" You can see him now. Ricardo is racing toward you, holding the pipe over his head. Behind him runs a multitude of Indians and prospectors. They are running after Ricardo and shouting loudly. Ricardo stumbles to a halt in front of you. "Where's the chief?" he pants. "I got the ghosts." The chief is nowhere in sight. The ghosts keep running. They push past Ricardo, still shouting. You wonder where they are going. Then you see them pouring into the abandoned mineshaft building. Like a circus act, they run into the building until you are sure it can hold no more, and then a few more pile in. Just as the last ghost disappears, the sun rises. This book sucks. All of the bad endings, like, what? How did this book? You can see how this book scared me, though, right? The setup is great. It's totally believable. You're in this town. It's cold out. It's dark. You got friends around. You got that like power in numbers to go out. Things are like stalking you. We just can't. Yeah, we got the best ending and all the shit endings. Look at that. Look at these drawings. Yo, BMO. There's so much more. It's just like, I just don't understand. Look at these drawings. Look how scary these are. BMO, hope you enjoyed Symphony of the Night. Thank you for sharing your community. We're just chilling out, reading some stories. They're creepy as hell. Listen to the way this is written. Each aims a rifle at you. Your silent questions about what to do are cut short by the bullets. Here's another one. Let's stay right here. This is how you escape. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to find another gruesome ending. There's got to be one, right? Oh, here we go. I hope this works, murmurs Lisa. You were put to the test sooner than you'd hoped. As you turn down the next street, you spy a group of prospectors surrounding the Howard place. They've seen us, Ricardo says. Come on, we can't run away now. Try to look as if we're going somewhere. You and Lisa follow him rapidly down the street. As you get closer to the ghost, you realize you're shivering. You don't know if it's from cold or fear. Then you're past them. They glanced at you, but didn't seem to pay much attention, or so you thought. You see the ghost grab both Ricardo and Lisa and feel a knife entering your back. As you fall to the ground, you wonder if it was the shivering that gave you away. Ghosts don't shiver, do they? Okay. Some of these are creepier. They were creepy to me. There's a lot of endings that just have like a knife. Yeah, what's up, Jeff? Okay. Let me get the next one loaded up here. Guess I'll have to log in for this one. Any guesses? It was okay. It was fine. I feel like it had a pretty good start, but there were a lot of like whiffs, you know. I'm currently wait, Jonas, you have to wait for 30 seconds. Please. 30 seconds. 5 seconds. I have checked out per space. Are these the same testimonials? It is the same testimonials. Which number is this? 21. So this one actually came out earlier. Although this must have been a reprint because the Horror of High Ridge, like all the way up to 45, had been taken already. I did, Jeff. They scared the fuck out of me as a kid. June 1983. Wait, did Edward Packard's, or whoever this is, did he sign this version? Special warning. Okay. All right. All right. Hold on. Many scientists think that they have some idea of the size of the universe, how long ago it came into existence, and when it might end. But no one can say whether ours is the only universe or whether there are an infinite number of universes. If there's an infinite number, then some of them may be very much like our own. Professor Carl Zinka has devoted his entire life to finding out whether other universes exist outside our own time and space. You are about to be drawn into his quest. To do so, you will have to enter hyperspace. Hyperspace is so strange that it almost cannot be described in words. Some people believe that hyperspace is four-dimensional space. It may be even stranger than that. It may involve a world of 5 or 6 or even more dimensions. Certainly, there are laws of science, may be different there. This makes it possible to
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcasting system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with federal, state, and local authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, the attention signal you've just heard would have been followed by official information, news, or instructions.
you Assaulted by an invisible, silent force. Please send help to our... To our benevolent benefactors, we are in dire need. We are being assaulted by an invisible, silent force. Please send help. We did everything you instructed. We have followed all plans exactly, kept every rule. For many cycles your guidance has benefited us. But suddenly and without any warning, something has begun to attack. A silent predator devouring machines and people alike. Our resources are being destroyed. Our infrastructure is being rendered inoperable. Our people are disappearing, snatched away without warning. No struggle, no sound. We are under attack and we cannot fight back. We know it is forbidden to broadcast on this channel before your return, but we have no options left. Please send help to the place you call Beta Procyon. We await, diminished and desperate, for your answer. To our benevolent benefactors, we are in dire need. We are being assaulted by an invisible, silent force. Please send help. We did everything you instructed. We have followed all plans exactly, kept every rule. For many cycles your guidance has benefited us. But suddenly and without any warning, something has begun to attack. A silent predator devouring machines and people alike. Our resources are being destroyed. Our infrastructure is being rendered inoperable. Our people are disappearing, snatched away without warning. No struggle, no sound. We are under attack and we cannot fight back. We know it is forbidden to broadcast on this channel before your return, but we have no options left. Please send help to the place you call Beta Procyon. We await, diminished and desperate, for your answer.
and this is the only trace I could find. No other transmissions, history, or official logs linking anything to Beta Procyon. A supposedly uninhabited, lifeless, and restricted Terra twin tethered to a subspace node and sitting perfectly in a prime habitable orbit. No archives, stored history of any searches or records of this place. There are hundreds, thousands of planets like this in known space. Why did this have to be anything other than a cold statistic? But I had my doubts, and what I recovered from a dealer beneath Epsilon Prime was not just scrubbed packets, but shocking data, a wounded history. Since then I've been chasing memories, not whole records, but neural extractions, contextless hashes, shards of experiences of what happened there. By themselves they are nonsense, flashes of sensation, disconnected timestamps, voices without faces. And the only recombination device I was able to procure is unreliable at best. I need the help of many minds to help me sort through the overwhelming amount of information, and time is against me. I can't be certain that either of the major players will not crack this encryption soon, so we must be quick. If you're ready, if you want to help me, please say so. I'll take it. Okay, so the way this device works, I'm immersed in so much stimuli. I have access to memories, fragments, bits, visions, sounds, smells, but I need to focus my mind on connecting with it. I need your help I need questions. Ask me questions that I can answer clearly, yes or no. And maybe we can get somewhere. What I see now is a small group of individuals standing near each other, shaking hands. There are crowds, many people standing near them, but not like close enough to see, not close enough to be involved. They're uneasy. What is happening here?
Are they shaking hands?
Yes. Well, a small group of them, yes.
Hello, not rad. Are they happy? Is this a meeting?
Are they happy? I think so.
Are they congratulating each other? Is this a celebration?
No congratulations.
Do they look like you? Are the ones shaking hands dressed differently than the crowd around them?
Yes. The ones shaking hands are dressed slightly differently.
Are these important people? Is this on Beta Procyon?
Yes. It is on Beta Procyon.
Are you in the vision?
No.
Do they have weapons?
I don't think so.
Is it dangerous?
Everything can be dangerous. I don't think this situation was.
Are they in love?
I don't think so.
Is there a visible threat?
No.
Is it a party? Do all the ones shaking hands look the same? Can you tell us more about them?
Is it a party? No. Do all the ones
Are they
shaking hands?
exchanging something?
It's a little bit of interference. I apologize. All the ones shaking hands look the same. No. Are they exchanging something?
Is the sky normal?
It does appear that they're exchanging something, but they don't have... They're not carrying anything.
Does the scene remind you of a book? A movie?
I don't think so. Not me, personally.
Is the small group facing you?
I'm not...
Do you recognize anyone?
No.
Does anyone look uniquely different? Is it an agreement of some kind? Are the two groups enemies?
Does anyone look uniquely different? Yes. Is it an agreement of some kind? Yes, I think so. Are the two groups enemies? No. Is this in the past? I hope so. I don't want to
Is
get
this in the
involved.
past?
I don't want to get involved in any future dealings here.
Are the two groups friends?
I don't get that impression, no.
Are the people old?
Some... I don't think that plays into it. Could be...
Are they trading something? Is it a business merger?
Are they trading something? It feels one-sided, but yeah, something is being exchanged.
Is it a hostage situation?
Absolutely not. No. There's no ill feelings here.
Do they owe you money?
Probably.
Is it a lot of money?
I don't know what kind of humor your people subscribe to, but
Are they exchanging paper?
no.
Are you hallucinating?
I guess that's kind of how this technology works. You sort of hallucinate on purpose, yeah.
Did the art commission finally come in? Can you hear the words they are exchanging? Are they exchanging knowledge?
Can I hear the words they're exchanging? No, I can't.
Is it a trade?
It is a trade. Are they exchanging knowledge?
Do any of them look like non-human animals?
Knowledge is being exchanged. It doesn't feel like it's both ways, though. Do any of them look like non-human animals? Yes.
Is there any signage?
No
Does anything
signage.
stand out to you as odd?
All of
Do
this
any
feels
look
odd
like
to me.
dogs?
Do any look like dogs? What is a dog?
Is one group more powerful than the other?
Yes.
Are we in space?
No.
When looking at the entire crowd, do there appear to be two distinct groups or more than two?
I wouldn't even say it. It's all one distinct group. They all look of the same type, except those in the middle shaking hands.
Are any of your people there? Is one group outnumber the other? Are they exchanging food? Is one side surrendering? Are they trading knowledge about agriculture?
Let me catch up. Are any of my people there? It's almost all my people. Are they exchanging food? No. Is one side surrendering? No. Are they trading knowledge about
Is anyone
agriculture?
crying or sad?
No. No tears. No sadness. The knowledge doesn't feel specifically about agriculture, but it might have knock-on impacts like that. I'm not sure.
Do you see Dr. Nira Vivaldi there?
I-
Are they exchanging knowledge about technology?
Yes.
Is this looking like a government meeting?
No.
Are any of them staring at you?
I'm not.
Are they
Not
trading
in the-
power sources?
Are they trading powers? They're not trading. That feels like a...
Are they exchanging knowledge about weapons?
That is part of it.
Is technology visible in the vision?
Well, what isn't technology?
Are they presenting a product?
Not a product, no.
Are they exchanging information about invisibility?
That feels like it's part of it, but an insignificant part.
Is the purpose to have one side give the other knowledge?
Yes.
Is anyone protecting the side being forced to give knowledge? Are they exchanging information about the cosmos/space?
Yes. Information seems to be being given.
Is the Emperor there?
I don't
So
think so.
one side is giving the other knowledge about technology.
Yes.
Are they explaining information about another planet?
Many planets.
Do they say anything about Earth?
No. Although, I've never heard of Earth.
Is this related to technology about space travel?
No.
Is the information about invasion?
No.
Do you believe they pose a threat to any other planets?
I don't think so.
Earth isn't anything special.
Okay. Got it.
Do they say anything about hyperspace?
Yes, only that they can't share that yet.
Do they say anything about energy resources?
Yeah, that seems to be a lot
Is
of
the
it.
information about travel or exploration?
No.
So they are being given information about technology? Is it concerning energy?
Yes. Yes.
Do you feel they are working together to save people?
Hard to say. I believe the intent is prosperity.
Is it about carbon emissions?
No.
Is it about water energy?
No.
Is it about any form of renewable energy?
Yes.
Is it about labor of some kind?
They arrived without
Can you
fanfare,
tell us a story about these
strange
people?
silhouettes polluting the sunset. Word spread quickly, and dread overcame many. I had been so excited, young and naive, but thrilled. What magical being had decided to visit us? Many came in many shapes and sizes. Some familiar, some not. They called themselves the Intergalactic Science Consortium, or ISC, and they were more than familiar with us. They had been watching our progress and offered not weapons or mandates, but tools and technology. Promises of efficient materials, transportation blueprints, and boundless energy sources. We were not in any immediate distress. Our peoples, of course, had centuries-long struggles, some unspeakable, but we were thriving now above and below the earth. Technology was improving. Our planet was connected, and we were all learning so much, so fast. Our people were staring down an offer of skipping the next several generations of advancements in exchange for what? A request of consideration. The ISC would work with us to train and implement their gifts, but would depart soon thereafter. They would then leave us be for 25 cycles to forge our own path and to decide if we wished to join their consortium. Debate was not long. Our leaders accepted their proposal, and overnight our world was forever changed. Soon they were gone, and thus we were on a different path.
Kira stared into the sky for a moment. 2 patrol craft sporting red finishes streamed across the setting sun, prime examples of the benefits and changes that had been brought by the outsiders. It had been almost 20 years since the expedition left them with too much and a yearning for more, but deep down she knew that they wanted the equilibrium of self-development to exist, so that her people could contribute their own unique cultural and technological advances. But what had been left behind brought about just as many conflicts as benefits. She had been waiting for a day like this, anticipating it. But now that it was here, what was she to do? The reactor had just produced its first recorded side effects, but Lotor was clear in its stance that nothing would stop its push to harness the massive power within the mysterious substance. The machinery used to harness the energy from the dark matter had ceased producing any additional energy. And while this enough was cause for concern, the machinery had continued to operate, sustaining itself on its own, like it was trying to self-regulate. As the 2 technological marvels soared past the complex, she toyed with the idea of simply riding the magnetic rail home, of using their own technology. But she fished out her tiny communicator and pressed a series of buttons. Reverse thruster fire sounded soon thereafter, shaking age-old machinery standing on the horizon. Kira waved her paw high and stepped back as the craft hovered down a few feet in front of her. The cockpit door hissed and withdrew, revealing a middle-aged soul, his full flight suit containing most of his thick fur. Recognition spread across his face as Kira climbed into the passenger compartment. The now excited raccoon looked her over, confirming his suspicions. "Hey, aren't you that scientist from the debates a while back?" he stammered. Without waiting for an answer, he quickly gestured to her, his paw face up. "Sorry, ma'am, where are my manners?" Kira reached for his paw, and he quickly accepted it and shook it vigorously. "I'm Jean," he offered, tipping his hat as he attempted a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Kira smiled as she accepted his heartfelt welcome. "Strap in tight," he offered. He punched the accelerator, and both were instantly sucked into their seats. Kira's internal concerns were instantly drowned out by the roar of the thrusters. After a moment, she glanced out the window at the streaking landscape. "Running a bit behind today," his voice broadcasted across the internal comm system. Kira motioned to his headset. "Ah, want to talk?" he jokingly pondered. Kira nodded. He handed her the other headset, which hung snugly from her ear to wrap around her muzzle. As Jean flipped the switch to activate her headset, he gathered, "So, why are we out so late tonight, ma'am?" Kira sighed, shaking her head and rummaging through her head fur. "Don't worry about it, just some problems at the lab." He raised an eyebrow in response. "Seems like a bit more than that," he probed. She chuckled. "Is it that obvious?" She resigned as she pawed at her eyes. He softly nodded and gestured with his free paw to continue. "The reactor's output has changed. Not dangerous. Well, maybe dangerous, but something's gone wrong and we don't know. We just don't have a clue." "Don't know how to fix it?" he inquired. "No, that's the weirdest part," she offered. "Nothing is broken. All the parts are fine. Cooling is more than adequate, backup batteries are untapped, and the stress indicators show no change in the past 2 months." Kira shook her head. "No problem, right? That's what we said when Lotor informed us that our station had fallen from 97.5 efficiency to 0% in just under 2 minutes early this morning." Without taking his eyes off the view screen, he nodded. "I take it then you didn't make much headway today," he offered, glancing in her general direction for effect. He tilted the controls lightly as they swooped over the tree line. Lotor takes its precious time in removing stations from grids, hoping that the problems will fix itself. She ran her fingers through her head fur. "Nothing in this world matters to them anymore except this tech. We could very well be in the early stages of a worldwide catastrophe," and they smile and nod approvingly. "You got that right," he agreed, firing the reverse thrusters as they descended into a gorge. "These new dogs don't care nothing about us. Now, don't get me wrong, I love this stuff," he corrected, motioning to the controls of the skimmer. "It's just that I can't see forsaking the past to take advantage of it. We got a way of life that means a lot to us, and I know I wouldn't be the first to fight to keep it around." Kira fixed her eyes blankly outside. What did she believe? Wasn't she just as enthusiastic as anyone about the extreme advances in technology, of the substance that would forever alter the future of her race? No, she wasn't. She was much more enthusiastic. So much so that she was trading time with her husband and son to be able to be a part of the impending evolution. And what about the past? It was nice to study, to remember the origins and practices of her society, but was it important to her? She glanced at Jean. Was tradition that important, given what they'd been given? The point that he was making, however, seemed to be one of self-identity. How do you see the past, Jean? She pondered. He thought for a moment, setting the craft inches off the water-filled basin of the gorge, itself creating an amazing rift of wake. If those outsiders had never showed up, you would have been taking the rail home tonight. We built that rail, miss. We invented it, constructed it, and perfected it. It's ours. And this ship? Is it ours? Not hardly. We may have built it, but it isn't ours. I guess that's how I view it. I don't mind the stuff we were getting out of this technology, but I don't want it to take away us. He yanked open a transparent casing and took hold of the control stick. You see this? He said, directing his full attention to Kira. This stick controls the zenith cannon on the ship. Jean flicked his paw left and right, and the small screen adjacent to the stick flickered to life, showing a panning view of the water speeding beneath the craft. As they slowly tapped the trigger, ruby bolts erupted onto the screen and stabbed the water, creating instant puffs of vapor that wrapped themselves around the lens. She stared at the screen, unable to withhold her curiosity. That's incredible. She stopped to absorb the point. I've never seen it before, she confessed. Jean nodded as he closed the panel and reattained manual control of the craft. Exactly. And why is that? Because we have no need for it. This is why I'm concerned. We're following the instructions of a greater power without stopping for even a minute to consider the necessity or feasibility. So I guess what I'm saying is that we should embrace the technology, but it shouldn't be in a way that forsakes our ability to reason. Kira was astounded in Jean's change in tone, so much so that she felt comfortable pushing in. Jean, I agree completely, and I wish everyone on this planet shared our opinion. Sadly, that's not the case. You recognized me. You knew where I stand on the issue. He nodded, his serious demeanor still present. Dark matter is a serious threat to our society. This substance may not be inherently evil, but its altering of our energy supply has caused many to blind themselves to the direction of our culture. And now... She trailed off. The concept sunk into both raccoons, who quietly pondered the idea as the picturesque landscape blew past the viewports. Trees shook in their wake, occasionally being sprayed by the displaced water. Soon the craft crested into the open air, leaving a pristine waterfall behind it as it drove towards the approaching platform. There's no need to worry, Kira said, attempting to donate a comfort she couldn't accept herself. There's a lot I don't like about this tech, but there isn't anything up to this point to suggest that it has anything to do with our losing power. The craft slowed, its stabilization thrusters centering the craft over the platform. The main concern I have is that my work will become the focus of our society at the expense of what really matters. So, Jean, she put a paw on his shoulders, go home, get some rest, be with your family. She removed her headset and gently placed it on its rack. He gave a reassuring nod and a wave, reaching with his free paw to open the hatch. Holding the smile to her face, Kira exited, stepped back a few paces, and returned the wave as the hatch hissed closed and the sleek red dart zipped away back into the gorge. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, allowing the cold mountain air to fill her lungs. She was greeted with a remarkable sight as her eyes fell back open. Standing on the metallic platform, she was but a short stroll from a magnificent waterfall. Her eyes were drawn from the water to another path of smooth stones leading to a small, reasonable structure. The iridescent panels covering the roof cast many colors across the residence. Kira took a second to express gratitude to the rows of shrubs in front. She turned around and smiled at the most beautiful spot in the world. As the sun was calling it a night, the grass waved at Kira. She smiled, taking it all in for what it was, and nothing more. And in that single moment, she was light years away from worry. For now.
Okay. That's a lot. A lot to take in. Implemented technology. Some mysterious incident. Doubts. It's been years. I see a visibly frustrated person walking down a large set of steps. There's like a bundle of something, like papers, under their arm. Help me understand this situation.
Is Kira or Jean in the vision?
Yes.
Are they researching something?
They were.
Can you read what's on the papers?
No.
Are they the ones on the stairs?
You may have to ask that another way. They're
Did they
actually...
discover an unlimited source of energy?
Who is they? I don't mean to be difficult, but you have to be specific. I'm feeling so much.
Is the thing they are carrying in the cloth heavy? Is the ISC there?
Not heavy. No ISC. Yeah, I don't ever mind repeating the situation. I mean, when I say a large set of stairs, I mean, it feels like both a large number of stairs and they're so wide. And yeah, there's an individual walking down it, paper under their arms. They're so frustrated.
Is that individual Kyra?
Yes, I think so.
Is the stairs connected to a building?
Yes. A very large building. Why is she frustrated?
Are the papers handled in a way that indicates they're important?
Necessary, maybe, not important. I don't know. Not a lot of care given to them, no.
Is the building a government building? Did their research fail?
Government building, yes. No. Failure is mixed in here, but not there's no research failure, no.
Is it a research building?
No.
Are the politicians dragging their feet?
What an interesting question. It sort of feels like that.
Are politicians the root of all evil? Is this a bill that didn't get passed? Was the research program scrapped?
It all feels right. It's not it, but it's very close.
Can you tell if the buddling is related to energy generation?
This situation was, in some way, yeah. The building, no. Are politicians the root of all evil? In many cases. Unrelated to the current quandary. Well, maybe. Who knows? A bill that didn't get passed. That doesn't feel right.
Was the project handed to someone else?
Not someone else.
Was Kira trying to convince them of something?
Yes. Absolutely.
Was the project deemed unsafe?
No.
Was there a sabotage in the power plant? Was Kira trying to become a politician?
No to both. Or, at least, I don't think it's related. So it's...
Was Kira talking about dark matter?
Yes.
Was the project not feasible with then present-day technology?
No, well, all requests were feasible. She's obviously upset. She
Are
was...
the papers ones that Kira created?
Yes. She was recently discussing dark matter.
Was it something to do with the accident from the last memory? Something to do with the reactor?
Yes.
Was Kira there to present something?
Yes.
Did Kira break a law?
No.
Did the research present less than desirable results? Was the reactor damaged?
I feel a genuine disappointment from Kira, but I don't think it was because the results were less than desirable. Well, not from the research.
Was the reactor repaired?
No.
Did she speak out against following the ISK's directions?
I don't think so. She did speak up.
Was Kira's presentation rejected?
So that's it then, she challenged, throwing her pen down onto the podium in disgust. That's the decision you're going to
Did the
make.
reactor breaking down
We aren't
affect the
making a decision, thundered back the soft, stern voice of the councilman over the speakers of the large auditorium. We are merely disagreeing with your assessment of the situation. That is why the teams will be dispatched on a standard schedule and not immediately as you requested. They will then make the decision in a calculated, calm manner, apart from the chaos of the moment. The chances that this situation is somehow intertwined with dark matter extraction are very high, Kira threw back. And even though you clearly understand that this new society is entirely dependent on this process, you choose to write it off as some technical error in a structure that has never before reported such a serious symptom. She turned to face the other council members, each eyeing her with great disdain. I realize that you do not wish to risk panic and confusion around the globe due to something that may be resolved simply. But the fact of the matter is that the potential for disaster is too heavy for you to push away to a secondary priority. It must be dealt with now. Please. Enough, declared the head of the board. Your findings are inconclusive, show no signs of danger, and your demands are too great for such an isolated incident. He stood, motioning for the others to stand as well. A team will be dispatched as soon as they are available. That is our ruling, true, and final. With that, he clasped his paws together and nodded. As the two blue-clad guards flanking the exit behind the council pulled the heavy white marble doors ajar, the members turned to exit, each lending a short glance in her general direction. Kira's eyes narrowed, moving her paws without emotion as she methodically collected and filed her papers, turning slightly and squatting to deposit them in her briefcase. She stood, straightened her outfit, and with a grimace at the state of things, exited through the standard sliding entrance to the hall, along with the few onlookers that had sat quietly through the mockery they called proceedings.
As Kira reached the archway emptying into the main city square, she was greeted to great whites and sheens, to fountains and smooth finished marble covering walls and floors. Down the flowing stairs of the Capitol building sat a moderately large plaza, bordered on each side by small buildings reaching desperately into the sky, their shadows crawling in slow motion. Raised in the center sat a large rose quartz fountain, its crystal clear water showering down onto the surrounding tiles and trickling away. The sound was complemented by the soft padding of hundreds of paws, each covered in fur of a similar color, but attached to owners of a different face. These plutocrats created a soft barrier of apathy, their faces showing no respect for the beauty surrounding them. A small shake of her head was all the mind she paid them as she stepped down and out into the courtyard. Just as she walked past the outer spray of the fountain, she felt the presence of a follower, of footsteps closing in on her own. She turned around to face a shabby-looking female of medium height, wearing a pilot's outfit and sporting a purple vertical scar over her left eye. She jolted, seemingly surprised at Kira's about-face, reaching a hand up to her chest to steady herself. After pushing off the shock, she smiled half-heartedly and mouthed, "I saw your hearing back there." Kira smiled back as she took in the stranger, noticing a frizzled tail and longer fur on her body. And I think you're completely right," she responded, her face suddenly expressing enthusiasm. "Those bastards don't even have the first clue as to how to run a government." "Now, I don't know if I'd go that far," Kira interjected, smiling at the slightly younger raccoon zeal. "They do have a bit more knowledge about how this planet is run than I, but I can wholeheartedly agree that their decision today was just another step in the wrong direction down a path we've been heading for too long." She looked over the raccoon's gray jumpsuit, scanning for a name. "So who might you be?" she settled. "Valdez, ma'am," she answered quickly, shaking Kira's paw without hesitation. "But you can call me Val." She took a small step back. "You know, I've been waiting for something like this to happen. Something going wrong with one of these reactors. They just don't seem to want to do anything about it. I know, 'cause of the money, but you think they'd take some sort of precaution?" "Oh, but they did," Kira mocked. "In their eyes, anyway. We'll see what happens." Val nodded. Good way to stay calm. She looked around at the business traffic populating the square. "You want to walk back with me to my ship? I'd really love to chat with you for a few before I have to take off." "Sure," Kira agreed. She motioned for Val to lead the way and fell into step behind her, weaving in and out of the other beings. "You think any of them notice us?" she asked. "I doubt it," Val responded. "My jobs take me here all the time, and I've yet to hear a single guy ask me to dinner." "Maybe it's my technique," she said as she threw her hands up into the air and smiled. Kira pressed a few more questions into Val. "So, what are you doing here? You said something about jobs." "Yeah, I'm a courier if it isn't obvious. Got contracts all over the place for urgent deliveries, on-call, unpredictable stuff. It's nice. I get my own craft, I have authorization for most of the sky, and I get to see a lot of scenery." Not even believing it herself, she corrected, "It's a living, either way." "I know what you mean," Kira agreed. "I used to work as a runner for the pharmaceutical company I interned at. It wasn't great, but I was glad for it." "Seems no one wants jobs like that anymore," Val commented, walking into a hallway with a low ceiling and bad lighting. "This whole place has gotten to the point where that quick and easy are all that people are aiming for. There's no incentives to do the tough stuff. Ever since this place has been on an outer space kick, it's been a different world. No more adventure, no more fun. It's just government needs this, and new tech taxes that." And even after all the overhead they've got coming in off those reactors, they still can't find a way to make life easier. She ducked into an alcove and tapped a combination into a neon green touchpad. One of the many doors lining the dark hallway opened and laid a light stream across the floor. Kira nodded and stepping into the doorway after her. They walked into a dome-shaped room housing a small craft, evidently the one Val had mentioned. "So, what exactly did you want to talk about?" she prodded, realizing that they had reached their destination. Val turned and looked around the room, resting her eyes on a small table inset into the concrete walls. She motioned for Kira to follow, and the two sat, both craning their backs to relax. "So," she started, cupping her paws together and setting them on the table, "what's really going on at the reactor?" Kira gave her a strange look. "I don't quite follow." "Oh. Huh," Val said, looking to her left. Silence ensued for some time. "You really don't know what's going on?" she asked, shocked, her nose quivering. Kira shrugged and stood. "Not a clue. And before you apologize, it's no problem. I appreciate the curiosity." She laughed along with Val as they walked to her ship. "Well, it was nice meeting you, Kira," she offered, shaking her paw goodbye. "I just wish this little problem that brought us together was a little less abstract." She ran her paw down the side of the craft. "I mean, we keep pulling this energy from nowhere. Maybe it's just biding its time." "Let's hope not," Kira finished, stomping her left paw as she stood up straight. "Safe travels, Val. I hope to see you again someday." "Yes, ma'am. Same goes for you," Val replied happily, climbing the ladder to the cockpit hatch. Kira turned around and walked to the door, smiling to herself about the different faces her line of work and reputation led her into contact with. As she reached for the keypad, a small trill sounded from her briefcase, indicating a message left on her datapad. Val's head poked around to search for the origin of the sound, and Kira waved it off, reaching for the pad. As she pulled it out, she perked, motioning for Val to come over to take a look. "Check this out," she said, surprised. With both of them looking on, she read the contents aloud. "A third-level cooling unit has failed. Requesting all available personnel to Electric Room B for diagnosis." "Looks like your problem's getting more complicated," Val indicated with a flick of her paw. "Failure's never good in my line of work." "It's not in mine either," Kira replied. "I've got to get back." She glanced at Val for a long time, Val's face turning from concern to enthusiasm. "Would you like me to take you?" she asked excitedly.
Today is a special day. Tomorrow you leave us, but today we honor you. You are about to set out on a journey that was inevitable, yet one that many on this station wished you'd never have to take. We worked to ensure that your life would be normal, one in which you could grow, learn, and become a functional member of society. This journey will most certainly lead you to disappointment in one form or another. Time alters perception. A walk through the past is a treacherous one. Be diligent in your quest, but do not forget that your choices only affect the future. Find what you can, but do not become a recluse of the past. This is a large step for you, but you have already come so far. Since the day we met, you have surpassed all expectations. In just 4 short years, you have risen to the task. Continue to apply yourself in everything that you do. I have no doubt I will see you again someday. May the winds give you speed.
Did expect that there. This is more confusing than I thought it would be. Alright. Well, you've stuck with me this long. Let's see it to the end. Things are not going well on Kira's world, but there's not a lot of evidence to show that, well, anyway. Jeez. I see a smoldering ship. It's... There's a... like an impact crater. No, not a crater. Just a mark. A line in the sand. There are 2 bodies nearby. There's smoke. What is happening here? No. Yeah, there's... okay. Yes, these are the only 2 bodies nearby. Kira is not dead. No. One is alive. Barely. For long, I don't know. little cramped in here, I'm sorry.
Is Val there?
Are there technical issues? Do we need to reestablish the connection?
Seems we're okay.
Okay. I have been hearing you, so that is good to hear. Please, continue. Is Val there? No.
Is the one that's alive harming the other?
No.
Who is the second person?
I
What
want
type of
to...
ship is this?
I can only answer
Was it
simple
carrying
questions.
something important?
Was it carrying something important? Hard to say, so much is important.
Can you see a dark matter reactor?
I do, I think...
Kira rocked back in her seat, shaking her mind from stasis as she watched the mountains pass under the ship, the leafy canopy below reaching into the sky. She rubbed her eyes and smoothed out her head fur as she mentally prepared herself for the task ahead. What was she to find? Would it be dangerous? Or would it be nothing at all? As she rolled her shoulders, she imagined it would more than likely only serve to add to the mystery. "There it is," she instructed, startled by the sound of her own voice, having been silent for so long. "I'll say," Val crackled, a bit taken aback. "Couldn't have missed it if I'd tried. I know you said it was big, but that looks close to 3 clicks across." "Good guess," Kira replied, sitting up straight to peer at the facility. As the ship descended into an elongated valley cut deep into the earth, it sped toward a barren circle, the middle of which housed a large cylindrical tower. A high-reaching antenna shot from the center, its top-mounted light pulsing ruby red to the facility's heartbeat. Around the cylindrical structure was a ring-shaped opening that peered into the depths of the facility's inner workings. Val brought the ship into sharp descent, leveling just short of the tall, flowing, grassy field. They sped toward the tower at a moderate speed just inches from the ground, suddenly breaking onto the sand-covered circle. Clouds of the stuff began to lift in their wake as they closed the distance to the small, blue-lit landing platform. Val nodded and rocked the nose of the freighter upward slightly, firing the reverse thrusters to bring the ship into a slow descent onto the shiny white metallic platform. Air jets hissed as the landing equipment met the surface, easing the ship to a standstill. Both raccoons quickly undid the harnesses and placed their headsets onto their respective hooks, standing in unison. Leaving the comfort of the ship, Kira took a light step onto the metal, its coolness amidst the warm setting unsettling. She shielded her eyes as they adjusted. The deserted ring appeared as it always had, its bland yellow harsh against the surrounding green of the rest of the valley. She turned away as the wind picked up. She yelled, "Val, you coming anytime soon?" Val's purple-streaked head popped out of the hatch, running out as if she'd been anticipating the offer. And with that, she trotted off the platform and toward the facility. Kira smiled and shook her head, stepping off the platform and into step with her travel companion. "So this is the only way in?" Val asked, peering at the long walkway from the landing platform to the front entrance. "It actually depends on where you're going," Kira replied. "If it's to the offices, then yes, this is the only way. As you can see, the path connects to this mountain entrance." She motioned to a black hole in the side of the valley wall, which leads back to the Magrail station. That's where most of my colleagues come in from. Now, she paused and turned to the desert to her left. "If you're bringing in large parts, there are service tunnels, one at each quadrant, that helix down around the underground dome, stopping at each of the 3 levels."
Something isn't right.
"Wow,
about
very
this.
good. You're a natural," Val smirked as she clapped. Kira rolled her eyes. The two stepped up to a small, rubber-covered catwalk extending over a moat-like hole that dove deep into the facility's insides. Crossbeams connected the center cylinder to the exterior terrain at 8 equally spaced points. What we're about to pass over is the heat release ring. It allows the majority of the byproduct heat generated to escape. In the case of emergency, these, she pointed to the crossbeams, will extend metal sheets over the ring, sealing it from the outside climate. Val gingerly tiptoed onto the wire catwalk, peering through its thousands of holes at the machinery hundreds of feet below. "It's all right. I was scared to death every time I walked over this for at least a month after I transferred here," Kira reassured, strolling onto it as she left Val in her frightened state. She reached for a small black square to the right of a doorframe, her paw fitting flat over the translucent blue outline of a paw print. Small red lines of light passed over her paw. Eventually, a delightful trill sounded, and her fur turned a slight green tint. The doors slid softly into the walls as she withdrew her paw and motioned for Val to step inside ahead of her. Kira withdrew a small remote and flicked a switch, immediately drawing it close to her muzzle. "Locate," she commanded.
That isn't... Is that anything? A ship in the sand, 2 bodies. I don't think we've got it. What, can you continue your line of inquiry? I think there's more to this. A smoldering ship.
Is there a reactor to the west?
I can't tell what direction I'm seeing this in. There is a reactor nearby.
Is there any activity on that failed thingy from earlier?
I don't...
Is there any sign of sabotage on the ship?
What would sabotage look like? It doesn't feel like that. I'm not sure. Who are these people?
Is the reactor intact? Are there any large holes on the outside of the ship?
The ship?
Is there an easy way to navigate between the reactors?
One second. This is a lot. Is the reactor intact? It's hard to tell. There is so much fire and smoke. Maybe? I don't know if I'd call it a hole. The ship appears to be in 2 pieces. I don't know what to say about the reactors. I think there's only one nearby. Why is Val not in this scene? Who is this? What happened here? It's so hard to tell.
Is there anyone else there?
Other than the two bodies? No.
Is Val dead? Is it Kira and Val?
It's not. Val is not present.
Is there a ship there?
It is a ship in two pieces, both having slid a long distance in the sand.
Is it anyone we have seen before?
I think so.
Is the ship salvageable?
I don't. No, it's not.
What is on fire? The reactor or the ship?
I can't tell. There's so much fire. Probably both.
Is the other person Jean? Is it Kira?
Got it, she replied, reaching a paw out of the crawl space. Keys, please. Right on target, the ring clanged into her outstretched mitt, and it quickly disappeared again. She waited for Val's response, but nothing came for a few seconds. Val stopped moving, seemingly confused. What am I looking for again? She asked. There should be a large coil, about 2 meters long, tightly compressed, maybe ½ meter in diameter. Kira paused for a second. No movement from Val. It should be the only thing in there. It'd be hard to miss, she added. Val's tail curled to the left. So, what if there's nothing in here? She shot back. Kira's blood again ran cold. Double check, you're in 216B, she said. She quickly tabbed to the map again, verifying their location. She pulled out her comm and twisted it a quarter circle, activating the flashlight base. Catch. Val's face peered out and caught the comm in her muzzle. A few seconds later, she confirmed. Nothing, she said. Val, back out real quick, Kira commanded, prepping the camera on her tablet. Once Val appeared from under the structure, Kira took the flashlight, climbed underneath, and saw what she would never believe. The failsafe coil was gone. There were no signs of forced removal, no unclean surfaces, not even any scorching on the edges. She finished the recording and sent it to the others above, climbing to her feet. What have you guys found? She asked, trying to stay calm. We have no idea, Kira. There's been no maintenance done on that unit ever. At least nothing that can uncover that coil. The only thing that we can think that might have happened is that the coil was never installed, and for some reason, neither was the failsafe. So maybe it had nothing to do with the failsafe coil. Keep digging, she replied, before she stowed the tablet. Val pointed up at it with a pen. It's like shimmering or something. The two curious critters peered closer at the helix coil. Kira noticed a faint shimmer at the edges of the part, like the light was being distorted. Kira once again pulled out her tablet and pointed it directly at the coil. A small grid of lasers shot out, dotting the coil with millimeter-sized red circles. She looked down at the screen and shook her head. No, it's not hot, she stated quizzically, looking up at the coil and back down at the temperature reading. She glanced up at Val to see her jump down. A second later, her adrenaline began to fly into her system as she pointed up at the panel. It was gone. Val, look! The coil! Val glanced up and was dumbfounded. The coil was no longer anywhere to be found. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of grinding gears and screeching metal filled the corridor, causing both raccoons to cover their ears in terror. Kira fiercely nodded to Val as she ran out of the passageway, snaking back and forth until they arrived back outside. She yanked her comm out and yelled into it, Guys! What's happening to the second cooling unit?" Her face curled in a confused expression. "Wait a minute. Val, this is the only one online." A beat of silence. "Let's get out of here. They took off down the corridor network. Not long after they exited back onto the main catwalk, her tablet began to beep furiously at the highest volume possible. In an effort to silence the thing, Kira took a look at the screen and snapped her neck up to look at the giant generators suspended at the ceiling. No. There's no way. How is this possible? Isn't the failsafe supposed to shut off the extractor? Kira slowed for a second to fall back beside Val. Val, she yelled, huffing. The generators are going critical. The failsafe isn't... At that second, a gigantic explosion rocked the cavern, its resonating blow causing the two to dart their gaze. They could see nothing. Kira rounded a corner and saw a base of the elevator shaft, its saving presence just over a half a kilometer away. She looked up at the generators, fearing the worst. She glanced back at Val. Come on, hurry, she barked, and broke out into a flat-out run. No sooner did she commit to the path than the container directly to her left exploded in a brilliant yellow flash, stopping the two raccoons in their tracks. The sound was so deafening that their paws were instantly over their ears. After their eyes recovered, they saw a great amount of liquid plasma in the air raining down over the complex floor. Kira stared at it hovering in the air, dumbfounded, as it began to arc back and descend toward them. Kira! She heard a voice shout. Suddenly, she was tackled from behind, sending her plowing into the nearby railing over the edge and tumbling down into the pipe array. She scrambled to get to her feet and ducked under a nearby pipe. Peering back up, she screamed. Val's body was in flames. Screams were ringing in her ears. Val caught Kira's gaze as plasma melted her face into her skull. Her body crumbled, her lifeless remains splattering through the catwalk and onto the hallways below. No! Kira wailed, tears pouring from her burning eyes. She jumped back to the surface, not being able to help herself. She crawled to Val's remains, pouring out her despair and anguish. Val! Why? Val! Another large explosion sounded, causing Kira to instantly shoot under another pipe. After the plasma poured past her, she bounced back to the catwalk and engaged her muscles as fast as they would let her move. Thoughts screamed through her brain, racking her body with a crushing mixture of dejection and adrenaline. Val was dead, and it was her fault. No, she died to save you, Kira. Don't let her death be in vain. She rushed at the shaft just before a shockwave propelled her backwards, throwing her across the catwalk, ripping large gashes in her flesh. She heard the shattering of glass and saw the entire column that led to safety vanish, with millions of deadly needles replacing it. She bounced back to the closest safety she could find, a few shards slicing into her tail, causing her to yell in pain. Now what? She grabbed her comm with her trembling paws and activated the link. Help! She screamed. Kira, you're alive? Came a voice that sounded somewhat familiar. Where are you? I need to know fast. Can you help me out? Kira looked around, even though she knew exactly where she was. I'm in the lowest level of the reactor, hiding under a pipe. Who is this? It's Jean, barked back the static-filled transmission. Oliver let me know you were still inside. It's no use, she cried, sobbing uncontrollably. There's no way in. The shaft just blew into 1,000,000 pieces. Kira, I need you to help me help you, he calmly reported back. You need to get to the edge of the facility. Get as close to the service tunnel as you can. I'll be there in a minute. The service tunnels? There's no way you could fly in those. But the transmission had been cut, and she had no other choice. She hopped onto the catwalk, screaming as the shards in her feet sliced into her digits. She did her best to tear them out, but with little care, she tore through the facility, knowing nothing else to do. The sounds surrounding her folded, bleeding ears were vociferous, but she didn't hear a thing. That image of Val would not leave her mind's eye, her burning flesh. Oh, she was so young. Why did she have to go? How did she save me? How did she know where to push me? She shook her head, trying to focus on the situation, but the flaming metal and glass all around her made it difficult. After a bit of running, she reached the large service tunnel at the base of the level she was on. It opened into a cyclical venue about 10 meters wide. barely the wingspan of Jean's ship. Impossible, she thought. But sure enough, a few tense minutes later, Jean blew out of the tube, turning the skipper 180 degrees on a dime and landed on the catwalk. "Get in, please," he yelled, polite to the end. Kira didn't need to be told twice. She lunged into that open hatch, resting against the seat and pulling the headset on as fast as possible. Jean closed the hatch and powered up the drive. "All right now, you need to hold on very tight." With that warning, he blew back into the tunnel, using the ship's headlights to navigate the darkness. Kira, sprawled in the seat, looked at her tablet for any updated information. Alarmed, she barked at Jean. "The tunnel's out at the top!" "Well, hope you're up for some shooting," he replied. He flipped up the casing on the Zenith cannon controls and gestured to Kira. "You better get ready. Won't be long till we're on it." Just as she wrapped a damaged paw around the stick, the ship shook, the third generator spewing plasma all over from inside the reactor. Luckily, the service tunnels wrapped outside the underground section, protecting them from the spray. "Is this place gonna blow?" he asked Kira intently. She peered down at her tablet and pulled up the reactor sets. "It sure looks that way," she said. All of her work, gone in a matter of seconds. Then, just like it had started, another surge of alarm and adrenaline shot through her. "We've only got half a minute at best." "Well, you'd better get that cannon ready," he replied. She wrapped her paw around it, eyeing the small screen on the bottom of the panel. She instantly looked away, its camera showing just how close to the chamber walls Jean was flying. "I'd start shooting!" Kira squeezed the trigger, sending red bolts of energy at the falling debris in the tunnel. The impact sent red flares into the air in front of them as the cannon sliced a hole just big enough for them to pass through. She continued to aim and fire, align and squeeze, until they had made it into the exit approach. "This is gonna be a tight one, miss. I'd buckle up." Kira reached down and strapped her tattered body to the seat, pleading that they'd make it in time. She glanced at the tablet screen and flinched, seeing an explosion rocketing toward the top of the facility. Both raccoons saw the sunlight at the end of the corridor. And just as the ship blew out of the tunnel, the facility erupted in flames, destroying the entire above-ground complex. "Yeah!" Jean screamed. Kira turned her head to look at him, but as she did, she saw a flash of red light, and then felt only open air. Her craft was hundreds of meters in the sky as it began spiraling out of control. The entire left half of the craft had been torn off by some impact, and Kira was left with no choice but to eject. She closed her eyes and pressed the button, which sent her seat catapulting into the air. Vertigo ensued as the atmosphere and landmass continually swapped places. Eventually, the parachute deployed, but not soon enough. Her ejected seat slammed into the sea of sand. Just like that, everything stopped moving. Her body seemed to be intact, but her muscles refused to work. She tilted her head from side to side, and when she remembered Jean, she jumped to life and hobbled back toward the facility. In the distance, she saw the flaming reactor, billowing smoke and lances of sparks into the air. She scanned for the craft's debris and quickly spotted the two halves of the red dart, one with a crushed nose, the other with a missing seat. She ran as fast as her ravaged body would allow until she reached Jean's ripped driver's side. His body was lying in his seat, snugly strapped in, but was not moving. She began to run dry of tears as she undid his supports and tried to bring him to life. He rolled his eyes to look at her, forcing a smile. "Kira," he spattered as blood flew from his muzzle's lips. "It was worth it," he responded to her in morbid silence. His eyes rolled back into his head, and his weight became too much for her weakening, target appendages. She fell on top of him, burying her muzzle into his soft tail, draining what energy she had left. In the distance, the old windmills churned away, oblivious to the destruction. In all the dunes of the valley that contained the destruction, one lone raccoon remained, battered and sobbing.
To our benevolent benefactors, we are in dire need. We are being assaulted by an invisible, silent force. Please send help. We did everything you instructed. We have followed all plans exactly, kept every rule. For many cycles your guidance has benefited us. But suddenly and without any warning, something has begun to attack. A silent predator devouring machines and people alike. Our resources are being destroyed. Our infrastructure is being rendered inoperable. Our people are disappearing, snatched away without warning. No struggle, no sound. We are under attack and we cannot fight back. We know it is forbidden to broadcast on this channel before your return, but we have no options left. Please send help to the place you call Beta Procyon. We await, diminished and desperate, for your answer.
The air was festive, but that was hardly the attitude I held inside, and I suspected it was the same for the others. I peered around the room from the secrecy of my visor. As I marked off pilots on the roster, a few names caught my eye. Every year the tournament was held, many newcomers replaced leaving veterans with the rookies entering the amateurs. This time, we had an extremely young rookie competing in the professional league, and I hadn't heard much commotion in the bar or pilots said about this newcomer. I keyed up his bio, and his stats astounded me. A minor had qualified as the 15th seed in the tournament. It's one thing to enter the pros to knock off the losers in the bottom tiers, but to qualify 15th? I stood slowly, glancing around the room as I searched for this mysterious novice. If I were a rookie raccoon, where would I be? Not a second passed before I exited the hallway and laid my eyes upon the bushiest tail I'd ever seen, its alternating pattern of brown and black highlights traveling from the tip to the body. His paws and feet wrapped in velvet black, and the remainder of his form was bathed in shades of grayish-brown. His face was glued to the spaceport, his eyes fixed to distant points, and his figure shuddered at every tight maneuver of the starfighters battling outside. The creature jumped when my hand fell on his shoulder. Nervous? The raccoon rotated to stare at me, nodding his masked face. I began to chat with the creature, determining quickly that his skills far surpassed his level of maturity. I expected nothing less. Not long after minor introductions, he commented that it was his turn to fly. I waited, transfixed by curiosity, as he made his way to the hangar. I wondered how I would tell my new friend from the rest, but it was almost immediate. His ship blew out of the bay, much faster than standard exit speed. His fighter slowed and drifted to the most difficult sector from which to start the competition. The other ships made their way to their origin points, each signaling when ready. A flare fired, its red trail streaking through the field, illuminating the reflected surfaces of the ships. It began with a standard scare tactic. The craft in Sector 6 began the battle by blindly firing a heat-seeking warhead. I tracked the missile through its course, but was taken aback to see the young raccoon ship already diving into a snap roll and powering the afterburners to full, steering right at the missile. He shifted the craft barely away from the impact trajectory and quickly banked starboard, clearing the missile easily and placing his craft in position to take advantage of his overconfident assailant. Bolts lanced from the rookie ship, punching the underside of the Sector 6 craft until it was eliminated. Not a minute into the round, a nervous, shaking, green pilot had made one of the most advanced responses possible to a valid attack. When the pilot came back into the station, he was met with mixed reviews, many accusing tones reflective of jealousy, and just as many praises with ulterior motives. Regardless, this pilot was years ahead of his time. I'll have to keep an eye on this kid.
Where these keep coming from? Forgive me, I was not prepared for these scenes to be so graphic. It's a lot to take in. Distress call does make a lot more sense now, though. Okay, let's continue. Things are not going well. At least in Kira's orbit. I see her, Kira, standing outside of a machine. It's a small machine. She's looking through a window at cubes? I'm not sure if they're close to cubes. Arranged inside of it. She's waiting. Why is this significant? What's going on here? What is she doing?
Is this Kira testing the reactor? Are the cubes stacked neatly or haphazardly inside the vehicle?
She's not testing the reactor. That's been destroyed. The cubes are, yeah, neatly enough. Not like arranged like perfectly, but arranged by someone with a care for precision, I suppose.
Is she waiting for some kind of reaction?
Yes, I think so.
Are the cubes glowing?
No.
Is Kira next to a vehicle or a device? Is it a Rubik's Cube?
Yeah, she's standing right next to this machine. It's small. It only holds, say, 4 of these cubes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what a Rubik's Cube is. Like I said, it's not perfectly. I mean, they're almost cubical, but slightly longer on one side, maybe.
Is the machine larger or smaller than Kira?
About the same size. Not very large.
Are the cubes radioactive?
No. I don't get that impression.
Does Kira look expectant? As if they are waiting for them to do something?
No. She's just waiting. It seems important.
Is the machine active?
Yes.
Is there a war happening?
No.
Are the cubes some kind of computer?
No.
Is the machine possibly a broadcast of some kind?
No. The machine is simpler than that.
Are the cubes all identical?
Yes. Maybe not strictly identical, but they would appear So it'll
Are
all
the
be the
cubes
same.
some kind of energy?
Eh, That's hard. It feels right and wrong. They do store energy.
Are the cubes made of dark matter?
No.
Are the cubes batteries?
Yes. Alright, makes sense. Why are there batteries?
Are the cubes storing dark energy?
No.
Are the batteries powering the machine?
No.
Is Kira waiting for batteries to recharge?
No. They all feel...
Do the cubes belong to the reactors?
No. Battery.
Is Kira trying to make a distress signal? Or a flare?
No, she's trying to make something.
Do the cubes contain different measurements of energy?
No, they all feel relatively the same. All the batteries seem to have the same potential energy.
Do the cubes belong to medical reasons? Is she trying to make a bomb?
No. No. Nothing like that, no.
Are the batteries fully charged?
They are.
Are the batteries powering a ship? Do the cubes belong to spacecraft?
The batteries are not powering a ship. Do the cubes belong to a spacecraft? No. They're fairly small, like she could hold one in each
Is
paw.
the machine able to move on its own, or would it need to be picked up and carried?
No, it's fixed in the room. It would be very difficult to move.
Is she using the batteries to power something?
She plans to.
Are the cubes colored in a meaningful way? Is the batteries for a weapon?
They're not colored, and no, they're not for a weapon. What's she doing?
Is she in a garage? Is Kira trying to remove the cubes from the machine?
She's not in a garage. She is in a work shop of some sort. Is she trying to remove the cubes from the machine? She is waiting to remove them. Do the batteries
relate to her research?
Yes.
Is the batteries used for a communication device?
No.
Are the batteries replacing the reactor energy?
I don't follow that line of inquiry. You may have to restate that. I can't give you an answer.
Are the batteries behaving in the way she is expecting?
Yes. I believe so. Don't know what she needs them for. They're so small compared to the problems we've seen.
Is she testing different components in the batteries? Is she in a laboratory?
She is using the batteries.
Is this Kira's early work on the reactor?
No, this is after the incident. Yeah.
Is anyone else in the room?
No. Just her. In fact, she feels quite lonely, like she hasn't seen anyone or interacted with anyone in a little while.
Are the batteries a clock?
No.
Can the batteries be used?
She plans to use them.
Is she investigating the cause of the accident?
I think so, but not the cause. I mean, not the reactor specifically.
Does she have any visible scars from her accident?
Yeah, she's still healing, I think. There's visible damage, but unrelated. I think we should focus our line of inquiry on what the batteries will be used for. It feels like
Has
such
she been confined to this workspace?
No, she's here on her own volition.
Are the batteries used for public broadcast?
No. They feel very personal. This whole endeavor feels personal.
Are the batteries used for medical reasons?
I don't...
Are the batteries used to power a vehicle?
No vehicle. Not medical reasons. There's something there. Pick at that. I would say no, but it's not 100% no.
Is she trying to find evidence of the cause of the accident?
She knows. Or thinks she knows. Maybe?
Are the batteries used to try to revive Jean?
No.
Did the batteries belong to someone else? Are the batteries used for life support?
They might have belonged to someone else before. Are they used for life support? I think that's what she's...
Can you describe what else is in the workshop again? Does she plan to use the batteries on another machine?
Yes. Machine is not the right word, but... personal...
Do the batteries have the power for sustaining a life other than her own?
Theoretically. That's part of it. But it's for her too. It's like she's in an office, but it's being used as a lab. Something like that. What is she using these for? Some kind of protection.
Are the batteries used to power a spacesuit or life support system? Does she have any tensions of Jean?
Once Kira opened the transparent swing door, gas began to pour out into the air as the pressure quickly equalized. She grimaced, the cold air snaking in between her fur, licking her sores and spawning a shiver from her neck to the tip of her ringtail. Just do it, she thought. She ventured a paw deep into the cooler, feeling around for the batteries in the back corner of the cryo chamber. After a bit of fishing, she wrapped her warm-blooded paw around an icy-cold object, its connectors protruding from the top. She shook each one loose from its respective coupling and removed them, setting each in a plexoplast box and quickly sealing it. The box fogged with condensation on the inside. Should have worn gloves, she chastised herself, shaking her paw to get the blood flowing again. But no matter, she didn't have time to worry about cold paws. She heard her comm alerting incessantly, so she quickly scooped up the pair of boxes and headed back into her makeshift office. After carefully depositing them on her desk, she snatched her tablet and pressed the accept button on the pending message. "Hey doll, how's the work going, Roger? How could he be so casual at a time like this? She rolled the device about in her paw, mulling over a response. Batteries just came out. I'll let you know what happens in a bit. Doll. She smiled. How long had she been here? A couple days at least. The hours were starting to take their toll, causing her eyes feel strained and stretched, their weight increasing with each passing moment. She brought her black paws up to her face and rubbed the tortured areas, trying to regain some manner of strength as she strode to the large windows of the office building. Once she finished her revitalization efforts, she peered down to the walkways below, still taken aback at how barren they were. But the happenings of the world were too harsh to support the bustle of business. Even now, she was surprised to see a couple out below, walking hastily toward an unknown location. Once the news reports had hit the airwaves, it was impossible to keep the information back. Despite her warnings, the Council allowed continued, full extraction at the matter reactors. That night, the rest of the planet found out just how dangerous they could be. Most of them self-destructed one by one, killing hundreds. The Council had tried damage control, but when word got out about her debate with the Council that morning, they couldn't be forgiven. Riots exploded all over Lotta, with the military being mobilized to prevent further disaster. Meanwhile, the majority of the world was left without power. The wind turbines were up and running within the hour, but the lines running from the ancient power source didn't come close to making up for the loss of the dark matter reactors. Then the invisible killer attacked. It started with many calls of citizens reported as missing, but inevitably it was caught on video. Apparently, and she knew it was connected, the side effects of this strange dark matter malfunction had leaked into the air, and somehow was causing life to well disappear. The matter was there 1 second and gone the next. No noise, no smell, just the faint distortion of air around the matter, which was exactly the symptoms that the failsafe coils had exhibited. Something was striking back, claiming lives at random, with no end in sight and no pattern to the madness. Food lines were rerouted to focus only the major communities, most businesses were shut down, and a state of emergency was issued over the entire planet, with local officials offering aid to anyone placed in a position of peril due to the worldwide restrictions. The problem, however, was that there was no solution on the horizon. Blindly, they had issued a radio frequency call for help into space, hoping that whoever had visited those years ago would somehow be able to help. A long shot, to be sure, but the move gave her reassurance that the Council was now ready to shed their pride and move to solve the crisis. In the meantime, Kira knew that if she wanted to investigate this on her own, she had to move quickly before all the matter reactors were quarantined. She had convinced Roger to fly her back to the wreckage of her research reactor to extract a number of artifacts. While there, she had taken a number of readings with various pieces of equipment, trying to find some semblance to a documented phenomenon, but nothing had shown any kind of indication that there was any change in any measurable sense. It was at that time, however, that she developed a hypothesis that could possibly explain the situation. The dark matter reactors collected matter and somehow converted the dark matter contained within into usable energy. The short-term consequences are known: a small amount of containable radiation and a large amount of usable energy. However, the long-term effects were impossible to know due to the infancy of the technology. Some speculated that the matter was being converted without harm, but others saw an imbalance in the law of conservation of energy. What was being left in the void that was created by the dark matter? Was it simply being shifted into usable energy, or was it being mutated into something different altogether? Now that these matter reactors were spawning spontaneous destruction, she had been inclined to think more of the latter. Working to extend that line of thought, she thought that perhaps as the dark matter was being turned to energy, the energy left in the matter was being converted back to a dark energy of sorts, inverting the ratio of dark matter to tangible matter. However, since this was not the natural way of things, there would be a time when this inversion would begin to affect the tangibility of real matter. In other words, the accumulation of dark energy would begin to try to correct this imbalance. If the dark energy were to gather over an energy source, say a generator or a living being, it could very well pull them out of existence, moving their matter back to a dark state, and coming closer to the original balance of things. If this was true, she now had the possibility to solve the problem. It seemed as though it was her life's challenge, presenting itself in the right place at the right time. After explaining to Roger her decision to explore protection from this reclamation, she took a tram into the local city and took up residence in her research company's unused office complex. It was eerily quiet and barren, but it was a perfect environment in which to work. So far, she had made a good bit of progress, finding evidence that supported the quality of dark energy to gravitate toward a source of energy. She put the guest to the test, fitting a navbot with a conductive fabric that ran electricity thinly over its entire surface. The fabric was powered by 2 giant batteries, and by testing the drain on the batteries, she could determine whether or not the dark energy was having an effect on capacity. Once the bot returned from the reactor site, its readings were consistent with the theory. While no dark energy could be detected, the batteries had certainly taken a hit in their charge level much greater than they should have. Kira then repeated the experiment, this time leaving the batteries at the site for several hours, but with the addition of a mounted camera to monitor their physical state. Sure enough, after about 16 hours of the batteries being drained at an abnormal rate, they ceased to exist. As she was reviewing the camera feed, the footage appeared impossible. In one frame it was there, and the next, only the air was being distorted, a residual effect of the reclamation. Then this invisible killer could be tricked. For protection, a suit could be made, diverting the energy to a belt-mounted battery, thereby protecting the carrier until the batteries inverted. Her hope was to construct a suit capable of further proving her theory, but the only way she could test it was to put it right to work. Removing the batteries from the containers, she slid the now-warmer blocks into a white, leather-like holster and attached it to a larger vest. Standing, she carefully slid the vest over her body, zipping it up with care not to grab the fur bundled at her chest. It'll work, she thought as she smiled, pressing the circuit button to activate the electric flow. She felt no change in the wear of the vest, a good sign. She glanced over at the other 2 suits she had fashioned, one being a bit larger than her own, and the other being small enough to fit in her arms. She smiled at what was sure to be his confused look as she would wrap him in his protective suit. She rubbed her eyes, eager to get these batteries charged and prolonged. The process was monotonous and time-consuming, but she knew it would prolong the life of the few batteries she was able to scavenge, so it would be worth it in the end. A new alert sounded. Smiling, she strode gingerly back to the device and brought up the message. Just got some interesting news, Cute Tail. Keep within our circle, it's not ready to go live yet. Sent it to your inbox. Call me when you've read it. Roger. This had to be good. She flew over the keys on her portable terminal, pulling up her incoming mailbox. A red line of text showed Roger as the forwarder. After she activated it, she sat back, ready to digest whatever it was. The following message was received from space at 14:46 LSD today. It was encrypted using an ISC algorithm and contained the following, asterisk. Beta Procyon, it seems as though you have encountered problems with your energy production, problems that we have dealt with years and years ago. However, this practice of extracting energy from the bounds of matter has been forbidden for some time. The procedures you are practicing have been known to spawn anomalies that are unstable and largely unpredictable. Since we have no way to gauge the severity of the damage, we have no choice but to assist you in a targeted evacuation of your planet. We have arranged for a cruiser to travel to your planet, which will upon arrival send down several rescue craft to limited points on your planet's surface. These need to be marked as soon as possible with linear radio emitters, each tuned to a distinctly different frequency. To the best of our abilities, we will land a craft at each location, making as many trips as needed to evacuate the surface. It will be up to your government to decide the procedure and logistics of moving the population to these extraction points. We will unfortunately be unable to send a force large enough to evacuate most citizens. Multiple trips will be needed and will take considerable time. The soonest our rescue fleet can arrive is 7 days from now. Until we arrive, stay safe. Fleet 614. As we prepare for rescue, please do not panic. Evacuation procedures will be broadcast as soon as the beacons are in place. These are dark days, but we will survive. Look out for one another. She didn't know what to think. Was this good? It was certainly help from the ones that came those years ago, but to command them to leave their own planet, the only place they'd ever known, she doubted this would go over well. No doubt there would be many that would refuse to leave. But what would she do? Stay and risk certain death, if she could even call being whisked out of existence death, or leave everything behind to move on? The thought of traveling to worlds unknown did fill her with a strange, almost betraying pleasure, and she would still be able to stay with her people, helping to better them in any future endeavor they might meet. But she knew what Roger would say. It's safer underground. His love for this planet was so deep-seated that he would refuse to go with her. All at once, the pressure, the drama, the danger, and the lack of sleep broke her. She held her paws to her muzzle, letting the tears fall. She sat, crying alone at the ethereal danger, wanting so badly for it all to be a dream, a nightmare from which she would wake. Why this? Why now? But she had known it all along. She had feared it, tried her hardest to prevent it, and now what good was she? If she was lucky, she'd only be able to save her son and herself. She lifted her tablet and dialed in Roger's signature. After a few coded bleeps, Roger's voice came through the microscopic speaker. "Hey doll," he greeted, more than a hint of empathy in his voice. Kira wiped the tears from her eyes and cleared her throat. "What are we going to do?" Roger's end was silent for a second. We'll love each other, just as we always have." She sighed, his words more comforting than they should be. "Are you planning on following your nose?" "You know that's a yes," he related. "I love you more than life itself, but I couldn't live with myself if I didn't try to find a way to stay. After those aliens came, everyone was trying to find a way to leave, to go beyond what we have made ourselves." He paused for a couple seconds, trying to hold back any impression of anger. "I love being here, marveling at what we've done and living in our world. If I leave, that will never be possible again. I'm going to have to risk letting my family go, but if anyone can find a way back, it's you." The sincere words of her husband caused more tears to run freely from her eyes, a smile wrapping across her muzzle, moving the stream of tears away from her nose. "It's going to be impossible for me to leave," she stated. "I know, but you will," he replied matter-of-factly. "You both deserve the best. My beliefs shouldn't drag you down to my level." "Hey," he cut in, trying to change the subject. "When are you coming home? He misses you." A few seconds later, a few cute giggles came through the line. "I've got a few batteries left to finish." "But that won't take too long," she said, rolling her neck in an attempt to expel the stress from her muscles. "Besides, I heard you were cooking up something good tonight." Roger was silent for a moment. "Maybe." Kira could feel the smile curl around his face. "See you in a bit."
While the area had not changed since the last times the doors had unlatched, it was immediately clear to me that something was different. It wasn't observable, but it existed nonetheless. The wilderness of green held impenetrable beauty and solace, but there existed a slight reflection of despair, a glimmer of a heart torn in two. The doors latched behind me, sealing me in this dome of recreated recreation. I stopped, allowing the artificially fresh air to caress the tips of my ears. Immediately, I began to yawn, growling from the depths of my lungs as I allowed tension and stress to be replaced by oxygen. I made my way further into the setting, striding up the hill to sit on the smooth, rocky outcropping. They say that the environment was created based on the suggestion of the original engineer, some section of Paleo-Terra. In all, the room represented a high-elevation woodland meeting the edge of a cliff. The landscape was by scale small, a square with 100-foot sides, but the illusions created by the artificial sky and remote boundaries gave it a complete look, an illusion of vastness that comforted me. It began as a soft field of yellow, a flat expanse extending upward slightly from the entryway to the collection of cliffside rocks on which I sat. Over the edge was a sharp, fierce drop-off, perhaps 4 stories in height. Rocks jutted from the cliff face with trees occupying any free space, but artificial erosion left easily accessible paths. At the bottom was a small pool of water littered with smooth stones and a dense forest of autumn colors, both of which ran fairly level until the second cliff, this the edge of the room, falling a good mile or so. I turned my head slightly, eyeing the stream as it ran past my paws, flowing from the sharp incline directly behind me to the rim of the precipice. Time went by without a care as I watched the clouds exchange glances. A sharp sound made my head jerk as the noise of sticks falling down the cliff wall reached my ears. My fur tensed momentarily, smoothing back out as I stood and glanced in the direction of the cacophony. A small brown figure disappeared under the canopy, only to return a few seconds later, carrying a small bundle of branches. They were then violently hurled upward at the cliff, falling randomly over the leaves below, smashing and crunching in the process. The small critter seemed upset. "Something wrong," I called out to the creature below. His gaze snapped in my direction, startled, and just as quickly he turned and retreated back into the cover of the trees. I tilted my head slightly in concern and made my way to the trail. It took no time to descend below the awning, and as I stepped onto the patch of leaves his figure had stirred, I saw the small furry being, sitting with his hind paws resting in the pond, his body shaking slightly. I strode carefully over to his side, dipping my legs into the pond to his right. His sobs began to reach my ears. Eventually he stopped, looking into the mostly smooth surface of the pond. I offered a paw and softly said, "My name's Zhao, I'm a wolf. Who and what are you?" The brown ball of fur rubbed his eyes with his tar-dipped arms and accepted my paw. "I'm Kip. I'm a raccoon," he mouthed. "Well, Mr. Raccoon, it doesn't appear you're having a very good day," I said. "What's got you so upset?" The raccoon lowered his head. "They lied to me. They've been lying to me." His sobbing grew for a second, and I placed a paw gently beneath his muzzle and brought it up to my eye level. "They did," I replied with a sympathetic tone. "Well, now you've got me interested, and I'm just going to sit here until you tell me everything." I shifted my body back to face the small lake, moving my legs slowly through the water. "I don't know where to start," he replied. "I don't know what to believe anymore." "Then why don't you tell me what happened, and I'll help you decide what to believe." "Cool." "I guess," he replied. The adolescent raccoon spun a typical tale of his childhood, of being brought to this station school just as I and the others had, and for the same purpose, to better relations between the respective species and to form diverse task forces. He'd met friends over the years, trained in different skills, and studied in school. But recently, an assignment had peeled back the facade. A young tiger classmate stood and presented a mysterious world, Beta Procyon. At the sound of the system, the raccoon had perked, knowing the familiar name of his birth system, but soon felt mortification as the presenter explained that the world had been quarantined for years. He went on to show that no life was thought to exist on the planet. His teacher, suddenly animate, adjourned class for the day and escorted him to the captain's quarters. For the next few hours, the captain explained that he was indeed the only known survivor of his race, and that they had kept it from him for his own safety. Overcome again, he had run to this room in a fury only matched by his stream of tears. It was a lot to take in, but I'd heard worse. "So what does that make you?" I questioned, poking him in the side. He shifted and sniffed. "The only known raccoon in the galaxy," he replied, a hint of disgust in his voice. He shuddered for a second, apparently fully realizing it for the first time. I thought for a minute. "How do you know that?" I asked him. He snorted. "Because the world is quarantined. It's official and everything." "So," I countered, "maybe they got it wrong." I saw him perk for the first time during the discussion. It wasn't much, but it was enough. "So what if they did?" he challenged. "I can't do anything about it." "Sure you can," I pushed. "Go there yourself. Ask for permission, make it happen, no big deal." I patted his head, ruffling his small amount of head fur. He quickly stood, looking at me with a vigor I'd never seen prior. "You're right, I'm going to do it," he said confidently. He brushed himself off, ready to leave this very minute. A strong wind blew past us, stirring the leaves in a wake of garnet and gold. I smiled, getting to my feet as well. "Was that all you needed?" I joked. He just stood there, knee-deep in disappointment and sadness, but my suggestion seemed to allow him to channel this energy into something positive. He thought for a moment, swaying his bushy black and brown ringtail, eventually replying, "Yeah." The answer weighed heavy on my heart, but I couldn't let our encounter end in this ominous fashion. I looked around and saw the neural flowers, a deep purple-pink patch underneath a rock outcropping. "You see those flowers, right?" I checked, making sure he was following my gaze. "MMHMM, he hummed. "Have you ever seen those before?" I asked. He nodded swiftly. "But only from here, right?" He nodded again, slower this time. "Well, it just so happens that these flowers only grow on one planet in this entire galaxy. Well, grew. Unfortunately, it's now covered with volcanic activity, snuffing out most foliage. However, a small team of scientists just happened to collect a few seeds from this planet, and from all of those seeds, only these flowers bloomed." The flowers were brought to this station so that they could be studied, marveled at, but most importantly so that they could live, so that they could thrive. And now look at them. What do you think of them now? He just stood there for a second taking them in, but eventually inched toward them, admiring them in a different light for the first time. They're the most beautiful flowers in this place, he conceded. Exactly, I finished, arching my back in a stretch. The past has no affect on them now, does it? No, not really, he replied, catching my drift. He looked over at me with a few small tears in his eyes. Thanks, he attempted, standing in place as he took deep, heavy breaths.
Waiting had never been her specialty. She sat idle, the lights flashing by, counting slowly upward. A small ding cued her feet to move. The batteries kept tightly under her left arm. The pack on her back weighed heavily, stuffed full of the suits she had carefully fashioned. Their load, nothing next to the stress coursing through her veins. The doors closed. The light was cut off around her, secluding her to her own mind. It was strange to her that he, of all people, would have been the one to suggest this. Despite the ache in her heart, she knew he was right. She took a series of deep, steady breaths, her rhythm in time with the periodic blips. The past 24 hours had been amazing. That sleepless night, the long talk about nothing and everything, the kiss on her way out the door, the kiss that led into the river, the kiss that made her fall apart. The walk to the terminal was the stiffest she had ever held her neck. Now looking back, she kept telling herself, you'll never get over it if you can't do it now. It's for the best. And yet, when she finally made it, a strange calm inhabited her. He was supporting her, and she him, both with mutual love and understanding. A good deal indeed. His tail shook furiously, its delicately short fur ballooning as she passed it through the hole in the suit. There you go, nice and comfy, she laughed. Her son's inquisitive glance circled the outfit. Her own suit sparkled, its metallic glint casting the two ringtails as space-age travelers. The battery slid into place with a click, activating a barely audible electrical hum. A soft wind whistled over the weave as it wound its way through the surrounding trees. She knelt, emptying her son onto his own paws, sending him into a stumbling run across the leaf-strewn soil. His fragile fingers wrapped themselves around the crunchy red selection as she rested against the ship, peering slowly up at the thick canopy of sun trails and gnarled brushwood. Come on, girl, you gotta leave it. She glanced down at her static suit, nervously ticking the zipper against the shadow-fallen aircraft. An emblem bearing a small, dual diamond design clung to the plating just under her paw, recollections rushing back before she could bury even one memory. Her paw steadied. A single tear touched her cheek, rolling across another of the countless reminders that appeared in everything. Before another thought could surface, a wet nose rubbed itself under her motionless paw, seeking attention. After a few small steps back, two triumphant black paws thrust a large yellow leaf toward her chest. Another salty tear drained from her forming grin. That will work, she said, accepting the offering and turning his face into a sheepish grin. That will work. After one last glance in the cockpit, Kira stood, took Hip by the paw, and turned her back on the craft. She instead looked down at her son, who plodded along as best he could. Some short seconds later, the two travelers cast their eyes on a glistening brook, its flow pointing them onward. The path to the station from their landing site was largely undisturbed, which was exactly her preference. With every step, the rich soil pushed up into her paws, the moist substance feeling its way between her toes. Sun bled onto her fur as the pair swung under fallen and hanging branches, dodging puddles as they strode along the bank of the water. Before long, a roar could be heard in the distance, cueing her to snatch her son into her arms. "Almost there, little guy," she cooed, surprised at his lack of complaint at being stolen from his pursuit of tadpoles. The faint outline of a rust-red structure caught her eye, barely visible among the trees. A few minutes later, the pair arrived at a foreboding entry to an underground passage, its internal lighting faintly visible deep into the tunnel. A small sigh escaped her muzzle. This was it. The last time she'd likely see the forest like this. She bent down to her son's level. "Think you'll remember any of this?" As his stare slowed his infant jitters, she folded into a cross-legged position, patting the fallen leaves next to her. The wind was more powerful than ever, but he seemed to have a different opinion. A smile couldn't be held off her face as she saw his delicate muzzle stick high into the air, eyes closed, tongue tasting the wind for its natural aura. It soon went back into the tooth-filled grin, too dry to continue. As he tried again, she closed her eyes and drew in a breath full of that precious wind, sending soft chills trickling through her fur. Absolutely nothing moved in her mind. Her son was in a proverbial bliss. The weather was in tune for a space-side rescue. And, most importantly, she was over it. Not willing to speak down his happiness, she silently stood and took a half-dozen steps into the service tunnel, knowing that her small critter would soon be along.
I don't know how much more I can take of this today. But I appreciate the assistance more than you could ever know. It's a lot. It's a lot. Ooh, give me a minute. No, we need to proceed. Kira was entering a tunnel. I see... Oh. Wild. Okay. This memory block is not what I expected. I see her. She's motioning. She's like gesturing over machinery. I can't quite make out what or who is around her, but someone is impressed. I feel that. That's all I got. Something... This must be more significant than it appears. I need your help.
Is she in a factory?
No.
Is she demonstrating an advancement?
Maybe. It's possible. It's hard to say. You may want to pick at that in another way. I don't know. It could be nothing.
Is she showing the results of a fruitful experiment?
No. Although, I can't say it's entirely no.
Is she at one of the extraction points, or was it a communication points, that the alien race said were coming?
Yes. Absolutely. That's where she is.
Is she marveling at the ships?
Ooh. There's a little bit of her that is, yeah. But...
Are there a lot of them around? Is she sending a communication?
No communication. A lot of what?
Is she one of the wolves from that earlier memory?
No. What earlier memory?
Is she showing them to Kip?
No.
Is she directing something?
Maybe? Herself? I don't know. She's directing no one else.
Is she showing the aliens the device/suit that blocks the antimatter?
Pick at that more. There's something there. Yes, but no. I can't explain it. It's related for sure, but they aren't interested in her device. They are interested, though.
Is she going over her thoughts?
No. No, she's very motivated.
Was she able to verify the device works yet?
Yes.
Is she making new discoveries?
No. I wouldn't say so. She does have a confidence about her own suit. And the suit for her son.
Is she talking to the aliens that came to do the extract ions?
Yes.
Is she attempting to stay?
No. In fact, the opposite, I think.
Is she preparing the device for others' benefit too?
Yes.
Did she help with the evacuation?
She is helping.
Is she trying to board one of the ships? Are the ships full?
No, the ships are not full. They haven't boarded yet.
Is she attempting to be one of the first to leave?
I don't think so. She's not in a... No, she is. There is an urgency, but there's no... She's not trying to be the first, no.
Is she realizing that there are enough ships to save everyone?
No, it's almost the opposite of that emotion. What has her so bothered?
Is she thinking about someone else?
No. Well...
Is her son not allowed to board the ship?
No, that's not in play here. I mean,
Is she trying to help organize the evacuations?
Yes, but they're already organized. But yeah. She feels there is a drive to help with something else.
Is she weighing whether staying or going is more important?
I'm sure she was, but she seems very committed to go. In terms of thinking of others, she does believe that there is a danger and they must leave. She does seem very motivated to assist as many as she can, which is what she's doing right now. There's also
Is she wearing her antimatter suit?
She is. I'm not sure that term works, but I take your point. She's very nervous.
Can she use her antimatter suit to cloak the ships?
Cloak the ships? Like, make them invisible?
Is she attempting to plead for her research to continue?
No. That word, cloak, that's something it feels like you're trying to communicate.
Is
is
she trying
correct.
to find out exactly how much time is left?
No, she's unable to determine that and is worried. She is worried about how much time they have left. Cloaking. They wouldn't need to cloak. Why does that line of inquiry feel correct? It does. Covering? No. Not invisibility, but covering. What was asked of me? Can she use her antimatter suit to cover the ships? Why do I want to say yes? Help me dig at this. Cover the ships. What is going on?
Does she want to sneak into something?
Sneak in? No. No reason to sneak.
Are the ships on the ground, or is there some intermediary way of getting from the ground into the ships?
The ship is on the ground. That feels like a problem. What is the problem?
Does she believe something is hidden in the ships?
No.
Are the ships not able to fly or leave the planet?
That's it. The ships can't fly.
Is Kira thinking of using her tech to hide the ships from the invisible killer?
Oh, not hide. It wouldn't hide them. But this feels close. Try to restate. I feel we're so close.
Are the batteries able to power the ships or able to jump-start the ships? Is Kira attempting to offer a kind of shielding to the ships?
I think so.
Word had spread quickly enough over the past few hours, so much so that she had lost count of the suspicions she'd confirmed. Many scared souls could be seen behind the nervous laughter and skyward glances. As the small white dot grew larger and larger as it approached the beacon, she was no longer a figurehead to anyone. She was along for the ride, and they were all at the mercy of these visitors. Kip scooped up to her lap, seemingly tired of the endless games of tag. She just held him, soaking in the warmth and joy. The craft was nearing the city now, its bright blue engine wash glinting off the many reflective surfaces in the city. Excitement was tangible in the air, so much so that there ceased to be talk of danger and disappearance. She backed into the wall of an adjacent building and watched as the enormous landing craft navigated between the skyscrapers, drawing its rear thrusters to bear as it settled slowly onto the large landing zone on the outskirts of the square. For that one moment, all the raccoons in the vicinity were all of one mind. For that one moment, Kira knew that no one cared about dying, living, rescue, whether God existed, anything. All that mattered then, and for the next few breaths, was the appearance of life from that craft. Excitement sprung in her, filling her lungs as she withdrew from the wall and strode out from the crowd. A hiss sounded, and just about every being there twitched as thin jets pulsed out of each side of the craft. At a seemingly glacial pace, select panels on each side were drawn out to form tendril-like appendages, narrow but rigid. Red lights adorned the underside of each extension, but quickly turned green as yet another round of steam emptied from the craft's belly. Before her mind was ready, a green creature, clad in solid black epidermal plating, dropped from the opening at the end of the pullout, landing softly on one knee. Kira quickly noticed some kind of energy shielding being projected in between the skeletal fragments of the armor. Its visor, lined with a transparent interface, slowly became less concealed as it attuned for the current lighting conditions. The creature's large, pointed eyes came into view as it stood and looked about itself, more concerned with something hidden than the mass of people in front of it. A quick nod and 4 more dropped out, moving to every side of the first, their backs turned toward the leader. Kira thought she spotted some kind of pistol weapon grappled to the jointed armor just below their waists, but none of the 5's hands were anywhere near them. Instead, they simply seemed to be idle, looking in their respective directions while standing still. Again, nods all around, and the 4 flanking creatures parted to let their leader through. A small gulp slid down the female raccoon's throat as she stared at the glistening scout striding toward her, her eyes locked as well. His feet dropped to a halt, a few comfortable feet in front of Kira, while his gaze sent chills down her spine. He again nodded, looking over his shoulder at the other 4 before returning to the staring contest. Kira stood dumbfounded, her body frozen. It took a gentle wave of the creature's webbed hand to prompt her greeting. "Hello," she spoke, nodding slowly as she had always done. Immediately, she could see the helmet's HUD spit out information, which flickered, scrolled, disappeared. "Greetings, Raccoon," came a slickly mechanical sound from the helmet. "May I request your name?" She saw the creature's mouth move, but heard something entirely separate, as if the audio were out of sync. A real-time audio spectrograph ran across the visor, growing and shrinking with the strength of the wind. "Cool. My name is Kira Ridge," she spoke in a comically slow way. "Are you our contacts?" "I believe so," the voice returned. Without moving his head, the creature's eyes rotated and looked over her, judging her. "I am called a chameleon. My crew and I will be assisting you during the operation." He waved behind him, his wrist plate clicking against an accompanying arm plate. "Have you gathered all you could?" "All we could, yes," she replied, somewhat comfortable with the conversation. "Some have decided to stay with the planet." A small sigh could be seen inside his body. "That is unfortunate. However, we must be of haste, as atmospheric conditions are reported to be volatile." She looked up at the sky and noticed the swirling clouds. "Right then, we're prepared to board. Instruct your people to form a line for processing," he stated, waving again. "We will be on our way when you are ready." As he was turning his way, his visor instantly became opaque. If it had not been for her sense of urgency, the new and interesting methods that had been displayed to her would have fascinated her for days. Instead, she became a mom again. People, it's time. I know we've all got different reasons we don't want to leave, but we all have the same reason why we can't think about those anymore." She looked around at the nervous energy that covered the anxiety. "I've been asked to have you form a single file line, so let's cooperate the best we can. Let's make sure families stay together too, and please, everyone, let's all show some thanks by not causing any problems." She wandered around a bit, helping others gather their belongings and children, spreading good luck wherever she could. Surreal as it was, she couldn't shake the feeling that it all felt so wrong, so rushed. It was all happening so fast. She scooped up her son from his confusion and walked to the front of the line. The moment had finally grown larger than her. A short walk later, and she was at the ship again. Not sure what to do, she called out, "We are ready for you!" One dropped from the ship, his armor naked of its shielding. He looked at the line and motioned for her to follow him. Sun in hand, she strode forward, tailing the creature into a side entrance of the ship. Kira assumed this was the cockpit, or at least the place from which the ship was flown due to the numerous switches adorning the ceiling and presence of dual sticks on the forward-facing dash, sitting snugly in front of some interestingly shaped seats. She silently thanked the heavens for her excitement, as it was certainly saving her from what she should have been feeling at the moment. Not really knowing how, she recognized the original chameleon, who spun in the right chair to face her. Another one was curled up under the dash, picking his way through a sea of cables and the occasional sparks. The nature of the look she received told her something was amiss. Rather than address the tension, she nodded, feeling that somehow her acknowledgement would make whatever they had to say go down smoother. "No formalities," he said through his interpreter apparatus. "The ship has somehow been totally disabled from flight." Kira blinked a few times before the information sunk in. Disabled from flight? But that means we can't leave then, can we? She asked, rolling her shoulders forward. "No, not unless it can be fixed," he replied, motioning to the work being done. He drifted over to the controls and called up a transparent display of graphs, gauges, and other data. "I'm afraid any precautions taken to assure the ship remain unaffected by this plague you face have failed. Our central core is functional, and any attempt to bring the cooling units online is unresponsive. Despite the power of our engines, we would not survive an ascent without cooling." "Sounds vaguely familiar. Have you contacted the orbiting ship for help?" she asked, a quiet desperation in her voice. The chameleon rolled his eyes completely around in their sockets. "Of course I did, but they rejected my help. They even told me not to relay this information to any one of you, but I felt that was necessary. After all, it's our fate now too." He blinked, the seriousness of his tone not matching his message. Kira took a few paces in the small room, mulling over the ideas springing to life in her head. "So, if the cooling units could stay operational, then our chances of takeoff would increase?" "They would almost 100%, considering the units function through the entirety of the flight. Unfortunately, we only have enough phantom power to ignite them a few more times, and so far, all of our attempts have failed." While Kira wanted badly to acquire how this phantom power worked, she glanced over her suit and knew what she had to do. "Can the circuits leading in and out of the cooling units be accessed directly?" "Yes," came the sound from the chameleon buried in cables. "They're typically difficult to reach, but if we have to get to them, we can." The more vocal chameleon eyed Kira closely, his lips curling up as his eyelids slanted a bit. "Do you have something in mind, Raccoon? Because I think this situation is a bit out of my control." "Oh, I agree. It may be out of your control," Kira started, looking over her tablet. "But I also think I have a solution. It's all you can let me do, correct?" "Correct." "Then allow me a moment." She turned to walk back toward her gathered species. "Breathe." She felt her paw glide over the soft, smooth metal, reaching blindly for the release switch. Her forefinger came to rest on the small plastic piece, hesitating to apply pressure. A small collection of saliva made its way slowly to the back of her throat, sliding down with a resisting gulp. With a resounding snap, the battery dislodged from its makeshift compartment. Kira quickly moved it into its new bag and snapped it back, exhaling softly with both her paws resting on the cold floor. The echoing sound of raindrops splattering about the exterior of the compartment brought a soft, cool joy to her mind, even though she knew she'd just signed a death warrant. The problem hadn't been isolated. Her rescuers had no effective way of handling the problem. Because of the foreign energy sources, the radiation must have been attracted to their landing craft. Reports were circulating at lightning speed of this occurrence across the planet, telling of a panic that was almost tangible. No one at her camp had been told, and all the better for their chances of survival. Looking back at the circuitry she'd just rewired, she drew a faint resemblance to the suit she bore, the repair sporting a collection of wire spools and metallic fabric that wound around cylindrically, but with no real structure. Satisfied, she yanked on a dangling lever. A large, multi-layered explosion of low-tone frequencies married the occasional square whine. She waited a few seconds to hear it continue, peak, and fade into a soft symphony of success. Kira laid flat against the ship's frame to peer out its small opening. Within seconds of the core's reignition, she witnessed the shielding pattern re-energized over the armor skeleton of the visitors, spreading faces of joy across the crew. She dusted herself off as an excuse to avoid their gazes. The leader was the first to greet her. "Well done, Raccoon," offered the lead officer. "I feel I've underestimated you." She nodded silently, forcing a smile, not ignorant to the fact that only her city was likely to escape the planet. "Let's get going," She walked back to her son, gripping his outstretched paw firmly. We're still in this.
I see a woman, a child, others frozen in fear. There's a body slumped lifeless in the corner. They're all staring at a door. What is happening? Please. Please. I'm begging. I can't see more. I assume she was able to take off.
Was there an accident?
I don't think so. Maybe?
Kira gave her life?
No, she's alive.
Was this intentional?
Was what? I don't know.
Is the body a raccoon?
No.
Did the captain or one of the crew die?
Yes.
Is it the dark matter?
I don't feel that.
Was it the captain?
I don't know how to explain this, but every being in this ship is the same except for the body.
Was there a fight that led to someone killing another person?
Ooh, it feels like it, but not here. That energy exists, but not in this place. This person...
Is the body a chameleon?
Yes.
Is Kira still standing?
She is, yes.
Was it the talkative chameleon?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Was there a mutiny?
This body is the only chameleon. I don't know. Was there a mutiny? No, I don't think so.
Was the ship able to lift off or is it still grounded?
It was. They are in space. They are well above the planet's surface.
Was it some kind of sabotage?
No.
Was the ship able to load as many people as possible, or did it have to take off early?
It took off as intended. I mean, apart from Kira's patchwork. Hold on. I feel like there may have been a bit of travel, unrelated, but the other chameleons didn't board. Only this one. But not out of any malice or mistakes. It was intentional.
Did the raccoons band together to fight?
No.
Was the chameleon not meant to be in space?
No, that's where he wanted to be.
Did the ship leave in a hurry?
From the surface? No. I mean, they were generally rushed, but it didn't leave even more urgently.
Was it a sudden change in temperature?
No.
Did they meet up with any other ship in space?
They didn't. They were trying to.
Was the chameleon the pilot? Did they get
Yes.
boarded involuntarily? Was there only one chameleon in the ship when the ship left?
Yes. Did they get boarded involuntarily? No, they've not been boarded. Are going to be? What?
Are they now lost in space?
No. No, they're not lost.
Is it space pirates?
No pirates.
Did they make any stops between the raccoon world and where they were going?
No. Everything... No.
Is there a battle or a fight?
There was. There was. Somewhere. Not in this ship. Yeah, the body, right.
Was it from something cloaked?
No cloaking.
Did something happen to the main chameleon ship?
I want to say yes. Yes.
Was it infighting? Are they the same species?
No. It's all raccoons, one chameleon. No fighting.
Did the crew witness a battle?
I think so.
Are the chameleons a hive mind?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Was the main chameleon ship destroyed? Is the main chameleon ship no longer functioning as intended?
She held Kip close, checking and rechecking the batteries compulsively. In any other situation, she'd be marveling at the moments of weightlessness, the incredible view of the planet's curvature outside these smooth, large windows. Instead, she was holding her breath, hoping the patch would survive the journey. Everything was unknown now, to her and to the other silent passengers, mostly unfamiliar, anxious faces. They were prisoners to the process now, simply along for the ride. They were growing steadily closer to a much larger vessel.
she would be much more ready to relax once they were aboard. It startled her then when the chameleon traveling amongst them leapt to the window, shouting something that the visor refused to translate. Every other passenger eyed him anxiously, ignoring the scenario screaming into their heads, until a bright flash shone through the other side of the transport. Before she could turn her head, the cabin rolled hard to the left, tossing all aboard against the walls of the ship. She heard the helmet speaker crackle a single intelligible word: attack. Everyone on board immediately searched for anything to grab onto, bracing themselves as the ship twisted and turned in the void. Crackles of explosions, laser bolts, and rapid-fire communications spit from the chameleon's helmet and the ship's ceiling. Nothing good. Kira finally got a good look at the chaos outside. Another, much larger ship, clearly of a different design, was now in their space, and it was tearing into their destination ship with a barrage of firepower. The large ship under fire was attempting to turn, its engines pulsing so bright she could hardly look. But it was glacial, awkward, clearly unprepared for a fight. No sooner had she taken stock of the situation than a bright flash erupted from the center of the new ship, sending a burst of brilliant energy lancing through their destination, carving it cleanly in two. The engines dimmed immediately, the new halves drifting into each other and ricocheting away. Clouds of smoke, debris, and small bursts of fire emanated from the destroyed ship. It was over. There was no time to think, or worry, or be afraid. It was all happening so fast. It was panic without anywhere to go. Another warning sounded in their craft, accompanied by the floor shifting suddenly from out under them, almost as if they'd been attached to a magnet far away. The chameleon had been looking out the windows at this new dreadnought and was visibly shaken. As they slowly set a new, involuntary course for the ship, he turned slowly to Kira and the others. He unholstered his firearm and primed it, looking it over slowly. "Please, look away," came from his suit, masking the dejection on his face. Most began to turn, their fate sealed. Kira stared at him and understood. She covered Kip's face and closed her eyes before the blaster discharged and a body crumpled to the ground.
Jesus.
Many screamed. When she looked again, the creature was slumped to the floor, a cauterized hole in his head and a tar black scorch mark on the ceiling. Without a second thought, she bent down and retrieved the weapon, taking a moment to look over the figure. What in the world was waiting for them on that ship? Before long, their vessel passed the outer edges of the dangerous captors, moving up inside of the ship. The lights dimmed and disappeared. The air grew stale and warm. The ship jolted to a halt, as if something quickly attached to the space outside the only door. She looked over the weapon and set it on the ground. "No sudden movements," she instructed, her son gripping her leg. "We come in peace, seeking help," she said, louder this time. Silence. The speaker in their craft cackled to life. "Is anyone armed?" it said in their language. "No," she quickly responded. "I don't know who you are or what you're after, but we are citizens of Beta Procyon and only seek help. We have no other motives than peace. Please stand by." The door began to open. She caught a glimpse of several figures, weapons pointed at them. These were different, vaguely similar in size and shape to her own people, but with different fur colors, muzzle shapes, faces, ears. One stepped forward. "Holy hell, what did they do to you?" he said, walking in after motioning his people to stand down. "They?" Kira asked, not letting her guard down. We'll explain everything in due time. You're safe here. He looked around the room at the shaken travelers
Kip, we were sent to rescue you. He motioned at the slumped chameleon in the corner. They were not.
I see. That exhausts the memories. That's all I had to decrypt. Wait. Mom?
Good. Okay. 12 times the charm. You got this. Hello, Kip. It's your mother, Kira, saying hello to you in the future, I suppose. The real you, or the present you, is in the other room. They're taking a look at you, and you're not super happy about it. They say the pursuit probably saved you. Still some things to cross off, but you should be okay. Yeah, well, if you're watching this, then you're more than okay. There's no easy way to... There's no easy way to say this. Most of us are not okay. The Dark Blight is still tethered to us, and there's a lot they can do to ward it off, but not completely. It'll come for all of us eventually. They're taking us somewhere secret, somewhere nice. They say it's a resort most spend a whole lifetime saving to retire to. We'll see, I guess. I know it's not easy to hear. I trust you'll take the time you need and be kind to yourself and get support from others. Kip, it all happened too fast. They're taking me to do an interview in this machine before we leave. I hope that will give you some answers, but none of it is good news. I wish there was more I could do, but they promise me you'll have a wonderful life ahead of you. They're gonna enroll you for a school for... Right, well, I mean, you already know, right? And you're already grown up. Kip, I'm so proud of you. I'm sure life hasn't been easy. And I know this will make it a little bit harder, but if you've made it this far, you're stronger and more capable than anybody I've ever known. I'll always be there deep inside. I know you can do whatever you set your mind to. Oh, there you are now. Say hi, Kip. Yeah, right there. That's you. Yep. I know, they were keeping you and touching you. It's okay. It's okay, I'm here. Yep, I'm here. I love you, Kip.
I'm sorry, that was a lot. My name is Kip. I'm sure you figured that out by now. What you may not know is I'm also the leader of the Starlight Expedition. We are currently en route to Beta Procyon to evaluate the situation on the planet, my planet. We're not exactly authorized to do so. I'm not sure what we're going to find. If my mother's history is to be believed, there is nothing left, but I have to know. The tensions in the world today are higher than they've ever been. My home consortium, the NGC, if they knew, if others knew, if everyone knew what happened on my planet, it could spark a war. But many wrongs were enacted on my people, and I need to get to the bottom of it. Too many cover-ups. I need the details. I need proof. We are taking a big risk, but these crimes, they must be exposed. Whoever you are, wherever you are, thank you. I would not have been able to uncover so much information about myself and my past and my way forward without you. Farewell for now. We are set to arrive tomorrow. May the winds give you speed. Goodbye.
Hello. I'm not crying, you're crying. I gotta go turn on all the alerts and stuff now. I'm sorry. And unfortunately, I will be changing the speaking option to moderators only. Okay, there. That's good. Okay. I don't want to sit here and talk about it for like the next hour. But I'll give you the basics. When I say, well, I've said this on stream a number of times, my life has just been a series of projects from the like 4th grade till now. Coping mechanisms, maybe. I don't know. But it's always been in my blood. And for some reason, since I was very young, I thought I was going to be a writer. If you read anything I wrote, you would not think that. But for some reason, I have always been writing the dumbest stories. I wish I could show you some of my Mega Man fan fiction, which was literally just like describing the games of Mega Man. Like, he went to this boss and got this power. It wasn't a story. Anyway. When I created, I guess this character, my character, over 20 years ago. This is what his backstory turned into. I think I didn't really know much about furry. I didn't know that I thought everybody had to have a backstory. That was like, I feel like that was a thing in the mid 2000s. Like, everybody had a story. And I was like, well, maybe he's like comes from a spaceship or like a Deep Space Nine type thing. I don't know. I just kept chewing on it. And when I was in college, mostly when I was at FSU, my first year of college, but a couple years after, I worked on this story and just kept working on it. And when I worked at Walmart in the liquor store, I remember sketching diagrams to help me conceptualize of it. And I have kept those writings around forever. They went from, I have papers I found last night, papers where I wrote out some of what you heard spoken tonight in 2006. I transcribed those to Google Docs. Those made their way over at some point. No, they were Word docs first, then Google Docs. Then they made their way to like an iOS Markdown app. Now they're in Obsidian. And last year, Willow might remember this. I don't know who I talked to about this, but last year I had this idea, like, I wonder if I could use that story to do like a Halloween thing. And I just didn't have time. And so I like looked into it for like a day and I was like, there's no way. There's no way. I don't have time for this. Plus, it'll be great to take a break off of the Halloween streams to throw the scent off, you know. And so about a month ago, I was like, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming. I don't know what my next career move is going to look like. I don't know where it's going to take me. I don't know what my life is going to be like in 2026 on. But I've said the same thing for like the last 4 years. And every year it's filled with stuff that I never anticipated. And so I was like, I got to do something. I want to do something real bad. But I was turning 40 and we were going on a trip and Willow was visiting. I'm like, when am I going to have time to do this? And so I've been kicking it around, kind of scaffolding it out in my head. Like, how would this work? I would borrow some elements of the Leon Kahn story from like 3 years ago of the like ask yes, no questions. I've got the story written. It probably will take quite a bit of editing to get it into something readable. And yeah, there you go. And I don't know. I'll have to like break it down a little bit because I can tell you 24 hours ago, 36 hours ago, 48 hours ago, I didn't have at least 3 of those chapters written. It's all I've been working on since I even gave Willow the whole history of this story while we were hiking on Sunday. I worked on the outline of what would happen Sunday. I worked on it. We talked about it on Monday together. As soon as I dropped him off at the airport, I went somewhere with my laptop and just started working. And like I have just been doing nothing but trying to distill parts of that story into sort of an experience. And I think this is absolutely the coolest part of Twitch. Like it's the reason Twitch is so much different and better than like any other social media. Because this isn't just a video you can watch now, right? Like sure, I can send a clip of this or a whole stream edit to someone, but they can't ask questions. This wasn't planned. I didn't know what people were going to ask, you know? It was an experience like for me. And it's just so special to get to do things like that in a place that facilitates it. And to have people like Chase even offer to plan his stream schedule today kind of around it, you know, and participate. Thanks again to JD and Danny and Chase for lending their voices. They were a later addition. I had been using this like TTS service to just convert a ton of the text so I could listen to it and hear like, oh, that sounds way too flowery. Got to edit that down, right? And I'm sure if given another week, I could have edited this in a much tighter presentation. Some of those clips were way too long. But honest to God, 99% of what you heard was what's been sitting around in my life for 20 years. And you didn't hear all of it. You didn't hear how he met a couple of the other crewmates. And this, you've only heard the first half of the story. Originally, and Willow can confirm this, while we were hiking, I was like, oh, there's this whole second half where they get to the planet and they find out things. And like, I was hoping to give like a general overview of what might have happened there, but none of that is written, right? It's all just outlined and it's in my head, but it's not anything. So, I haven't really given it a lot of work since, and I have had a little, you know, to-do item in my life for years. Like, do something with this story. It's not great. It's something you came up with when you were 18. It doesn't have a internal coherent structure. The characters are pretty stereotypical in some cases. Like, it's not something you should look to sign a book deal for. But you worked on it. You should probably do something cool with it, even if you just put it out there. And I don't know, guys. I don't know if you could top this. The way things have come together, the voice work that Danny did on the passage I wrote today in the library about 5 hours before my stream. Of his mom's final recording. Ugh. God. Sometimes even when you're only like a couple days out and you just feel this overwhelming weight of tasks left to do and things to solve, you just can't see it. You just can't see how it comes together. You don't even know if you should continue. And then like it just did. I don't know. I'm pretty damn happy with it. I know y'all struggled for so long on the scan thing, but I resisted so hard putting my thumb on the process because I wanted y'all to feel like you got it. And you did. So that's something I think I came up with last night. Or I've always wanted to have a step where, like, after you figure out the Morse code, like, you had to do something to the audio. And then I discovered OBS actually doesn't have a ton of, like, audio distortion. So I had to get some VST plugins and kind of learn how those worked with OBS. And then I made a bunch of VST filters, and that you were toggling them on and off. There were 5 filters. Each filter was a bit crush effect of different style. And each of the 5 follower emotes were toggling them on and off. So you had to figure out, like, toggle them all off. Yeah. If I add dice, it would be a D&D campaign. I've never played D&D, so maybe, I don't know. I will tell you, like, the storytelling element was super fun to me, but, like, the multimedia presentation part of it was, like, that's what gets me excited. Like, the story is cool, but I know a lot of people don't want to just, like, sit around and listen to somebody read them a book. I mean, maybe they do, but you know what I mean. That's not quite what this medium is for. I could have recorded an MP3 and sent it to you for that. But being able to intertwine it with challenging your expectations of what you might see here tonight and what you can do with OBS, and, like, what I could prepare ahead of time, and timing little things to music and picking the right tracks from the soundtrack, and, like, that kind of stuff is like, that's like a theater type thing, right? So yeah. Anyway, I'm very happy with it, and couldn't have asked for a better audience and night for it. Thanks for playing along. Thanks for not treating it with, like, insincerity. You know, I'm sure anytime you go on the internet and you act very sincere with a bit, it's very easy to undermine it, make fun of it, etc. And I tried to ignore the side comments the best I could. But I was nervous. I was nervous because I knew I had to act it out the whole time. Like, I had to be originally the yes and no were going to be sounds, you know, like boo 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 boo. Oh, I do want to show one thing. Do you remember this sound? Yeah? Let me remove the filter from it. And then you tell me what it is. This is actually kind of a deep cut. I think a lot of you might have expected it to be really obvious. Yeah, it's here. I'll play it again. Yeah. Anyone? You know exactly where it's from? No, it's when you're it's when you get the 3 flask shards and they combine. Now that that's in your head, listen to it again. Yeah. I listened to probably every sound effect in Tunic trying to think of, like, what does a success sound like? And then I picked this one and it didn't quite sound quite right, so I threw a bit crush on it, and it was and then like and then it went to, let me try to enable the filter again. Yeah. Do I have a Tunic soundboard? No, I had to go download it. We do have I mean, I do actually on my portable hard drive, I do have a bunch of assets sitting in a folder, but I kind of forgot about those. Oops. Do we want to play a little bit of the oh, where did it go? The The FTL soundtrack, maybe one of the best soundtracks like in the history of man. You know what's cool about this stream is I got to use all the tracks you don't remember. Like, not the audacious ones, not the obvious motifs, but just the ambiance, you know? Let's see. So, right, you didn't get these. You got like Void Explorer. And by the way, the FTL soundtrack, stream safe. So I can actually include all that music in like a backup version of this and not have to worry about it. Okay. Holy hell, I'm exhausted. I'm so fucking happy with that. And you know what's what's funny about these is they truly do live and die in this moment. Like, I did a stream 2 years ago where Scipio and I wrote this fake story and a fake blog and everything. And like, we pretended like somebody was like texting me during the stream and I'd met somebody and they were asking for my help and their friend was in trouble. And then at some point I like shifted to a hand cam and drove out to a house to go like try to rescue them. Do you know how many views that has on YouTube? Like 50. Do you know how much I put? Like 4 weeks of work into that. Like literally 4 times the work I put into this one. I guess if you don't count the fact that I wrote a story over like 3 years. Now I'm not saying I want a bunch of views on that. I'm just saying like the energy of a stream like this, even if it's backed up for my own personal memories and I get to share with other people and kind of show them the cool stuff I work on, you ain't never gonna convince anybody to watch those videos. They do not care. And in that way, it motivates me to give this one shot, my best shot, right? Like, how can I give a performance once? And then that's it. Which is fucking cool. It's really fun. But yeah, this is actually my 3rd weird Halloween stream. You can find the first 2 on my YouTube channel. They're not exactly the most engaging videos, but the first one is called The Disappearance of Leon Khan, and the second one is called Kennesaw. They're both edited down from the VOD, so it's not like a 5-hour stream, but in fact, I think the first one's only like half an hour. But I don't want to watch them tonight because those were different projects. Yeah, I produced actually the Bit Crusher VST plugin. I still had installed on my machine from when I did that project because I was trying to make it sound like my Discord call was becoming digitally corrupted, right? Like when I was losing and gaining cell signal, and I used that to do that. I actually made a bunch of video, uploaded it to YouTube, downloaded it from YouTube, uploaded it to YouTube, downloaded it to YouTube, and just did that so that like the quality would just degrade over time, and then I had one that was like fresh upload, 4 times re-uploaded, 16 times re-uploaded, and would like adjust, the opacity. Like I'd cut from 1 to 4 to 16 and back to make it look like the visuals were degrading too. Like I said, I put way more work into the other one, but I learned, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like I've learned that like there's so much more I could have done for this. I could have done sound effects. I could have done way more voice acting. I could have trimmed the material to be a little tighter. But I think there's like right sizing your effort to the audience in the moment is a skill too, like to practice and to learn. And I think I had some level of self-control. Like, hey, I know I'm gonna absolutely devote every minute of my day, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday and Friday to this. But that's it. Not before that, not after that. That's it. I think that's reasonable. I cannot tell you how much I'm looking forward to not doing anything this weekend, though. So, uh, I'll take some questions. Does anybody have any questions about thoughts, how I did anything, just in the moment while you're here? If there's anything you want to ask while we're on the topic, I'd be happy to field it. Be very awkward to ever bring this up again. Oh, Fergie, thank you. I'm very lucky, you know. I'm very lucky that I'm like, if I were working full time right now, I wouldn't have had time for this. Um, so Lokai is being gracious to allow me to have these opportunities right now. What was my favorite part? Dude, the ending. When I got that audio file back from Danny today of them acting out the mom's like final video and just how well that like written material that I'd written like an hour before came across in that audio, I was like, holy shit. The ending of this is going to be so good. And I actually went out of my way at that point to over design the part that came right after that and the credits and everything and sync that to music because I knew like I had an opportunity to land the plane so hard. Like, yeah, and that's why I sent you, JD, that last passage right before that because I was like, oh, we got to make this hit, you know. So thank you for that as well. How much worse did we do with the scanning than you expected? Oh, I knew it was going to be terrible because, like, how would you even know? It was going to be chaos for a while, for sure. I was enjoying it. I was breathing too because I was nervous as fuck. When I cut over from the hyperspace book to like you know, the little like this is only a test video, which by the way, I built almost entirely from scratch. All that text, the font was I built all of that from like some VHS effects and some audio. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I prototyped that for like 10 minutes and was just like, holy shit, this looks like it's scaring me. I put that VCR font in front of it and like fuzzed it just a little bit. And I was like, oh my God, what the hell? Were there any major changes between the original? All the names of the characters were changed for my protection. No, I just thought it'd be weird because some of them were like names you'd recognize, which I didn't want to be the case. Thank you, Luke. It was actually pretty hard to pick the segments I wanted to highlight because the way the book was written, it was like a chapter was in the present with the main character kind of being on the journey to Beta Procyon. Then would take a break. You know, that would be character interaction. They'd take a break. They'd listen to like one segment of his mom's story, which by the way, in the book you knew it was his mom immediately. Like that was one of the first things you learned. And then when he went to bed that night, there'd be like a dream chapter that would introduce another, like how did he meet another character. So if you noticed, like when he met the pilot that watched him in the like tournament, that was something that happened, you know, in his life earlier. Like, and then that was after he met Zhao, which was when he found out he was being lied to or protected or whatever, right? So both of those things were little hints that like, oh, okay, actually there's a little bit of time dilation happening here. Did anyone pick up? I actually thought that literally everyone would know that I was playing Kip like halfway through the stream. Oh, Kodai, that's so kind. Thank you. I do have the benefit of time on my hand, right? Like I off and on poked at the story for decades. Even though it's still not great, it's just something that's been burning a hole in my pocket, you know? You had no idea, really? Okay. So even when he was like, I'm the only raccoon on the planet, and you're like looking at a raccoon, all right, that's fine. No big deal. I mean, it's effective, I guess. Did I have a lot of hints planned out? No, actually. I'm a firm believer that if you get enough people that are smart and committed to the bit and that are interested and want to move forward with something, if you give them literally any scenario and say, you can ask me yes or no questions and I'll answer them, you eventually get there, right? I mean, literally anything. Because like you can just keep carving off possibilities. Like, is it this? No. Okay. Is it this? No. And you eventually get there. So, well, if it was a surprise to you, that's fucking incredible. Because I did want to tease it out as long as I could, right? So if it waited till the very end, that's like the most effective it could have been, I guess. Did you okay, question. Did you pick up on the fact that like I played the emergency broadcast that they made after the reactors all exploded at the beginning of the stream when it had no context and was just like Halloween scary, but then put it back in when it was in context, like in the chronology of the story? Did that make sense? Because I saw a lot of people in chat were like, "Oh, we're starting over," and I was like, no, this is just when that happened." Like, I'm just giving you that again so you can hear it knowing what they're talking about this time. But maybe I overplayed. I was too confident with it. Oh, thank you. Can I show you the video I made for the beginning of the stream? It's scary. It's Halloween still, right? Or it's not. I don't know. It's for some of you it is. I just want to show you that real quick again.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcasting system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with federal, state, and local authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, the attention signal you've just heard would have been followed by official information, news, or instructions.
Anyway, that was it. That's how it started. And if you didn't, Reasonable D, what you missed was a game we played where there was a scene that was just playing Morse code. That said the word scan, and then if you typed !scan, which I had to disable, I think, because I was like, wait, what's gonna happen if people keep typing that? Then it would start. It played like a small sound, like a scanning sound, I think. I actually don't remember if I implemented that or not. Did it, when you did that, did it go like, did it make like a 5 seconds of scanning noise or something? I kind of don't remember if I implemented that or not. That's like what it would have done in my head. But then the Morse code was just there, and then the message, the emergency message was like covered in 5 filters of, yeah. No, it would have only done it the first time somebody typed exclamation mark scanned for like 5 seconds. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that part took a little bit, but that's okay. I figured it was okay to let that. One thing I learned from Dicey, and a little bit reinforced from Tonda, is like you've got to let people struggle with problems, and if they bounce off of them, that's okay. But like what makes them meaningful later is that they were allowed to struggle and that someone didn't jump right in and say, "Oh, I'm sorry. Here's the answer," right? It's not for everybody, but like I just felt like it would be more meaningful if I let it stand on its own, even if it maybe wasn't the best implementation. And it let people kind of get in the mood and collaborate, and get a little invested so that when they didn't know they were about to listen to like 2.5 hours of narration, maybe they'd stay. um okay, I'm just talking now. Anything else? Any other thoughts? Dude, this gave me such a golden opportunity to edit, like the original manuscript is so flowery. It's so much unnecessary text. Like at least 2/3 of it could be cut and no meaning would be lost. I mean, I didn't even include. I pretty much just built this around Kira's like um story, her mind device, capture. Um did you pick that up though, that like she got rescued. They told her you're not going to make it, so we need you to dump your memory, and then that's the memory he recovered and was trying to kind of work through, which is why it was only about her. Um the Dark Blight. It's pretty sick, right? I picture it like a Cthulhu type, like there's a creature with an infinite number of, octopus-like limbs. Not quite tentacle, but like kind of tentacle, that are tethering a bunch of things in like a negative space, and they don't know it. And the creature is fine for a while and then gets hungry, and then yeah. It's funny how the theme of the story kind of does hold up even like 20 plus years later, jumping into new technology blindly in the pursuit of progress, having unintended consequences. Anyway. Do you want to know any hot tips about the story? Like who what happens, or like maybe, I got to turn my alerts back on. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Well, let's say there's a plot point that like, I mean, if the ISC gave him or gave Beta Procyon technology, did they like responsibly give that technology? Would the citizens of that world have done anything other than what happened to them? Or did the ISC develop dark matter technology and didn't really have any way to test its long-term effects on people? So they had to find a race that nobody knew about or thought was not part of society. No clean hands in this story. Or did someone in the Lotor government change the documentation to remove the failsafe instructions so that the reactors were running above capacity? Who can say? Yeah, the background to the story is that, like, and this didn't come through in the story at all, is like there's these two forces in the present day that have taken sort of, they're like chaperone, say 70-80% of the known universe. And they're not outright warring, but there's like a tension every time a world decides to ally with one or the other. And so, they have a lot of covert operations that are making illegal contact with worlds that have not developed space travel and are not as far along, to seed them technology to catch them up so that they can then ally with their side. Um, yeah. So what happened is the other faction, not the ISC. I think I referenced them at one point, the NGC. I actually don't even remember what that stands for. I'd have to look it up. One of their covert task forces intercepted the distress call to the ISC and broke the encryption, and thought they could go pick up the raccoons themselves so they could have evidence that the ISC was operating illegally on Beta Procyon. And to be honest, it probably started as the Nintendo GameCube, and then I came up with a backronym for it, right? Because that's about the time this would have been written. Yeah, and so they picked up the raccoons. They didn't know that the threat was from dark matter or a dark blight because they don't have that technology. That technology isn't known, right? It's not been deployed anywhere because it's dangerous as hell and it's been abandoned, or it's not mainstream. So they were like, what are you talking about? They thought it was some other thing. There was no reference in their distress call to any particular problem. So they were like, yeah, we got this. And they landed and they did not have that. So they were trying to steal the people off the planet, right? They were pretty fucked up. I don't know what they were going to do with them. But of course, the ISC also had a vested interest of like, oh, we don't want them to know, so we can't let them leave. And then they just pray that nothing got out ahead of them, which I guess is what you always hope, espionage, etc. So look, like I said, I'm sure if somebody sat down with me that was like a better storyteller than me, they could poke holes in all kinds of stuff, Even when I was telling the story, I realized, like, wait, there were like 3 chameleons on the ship on the ground, and now there's only one, and he doesn't want to get captured because he is not just an average everyday citizen, right? He's like a Marine, like a secret strike force, or maybe like SEAL Team 6 kind of thing, right? So but then I realized, like, wait, what happened to the other two? So then in my head, while we were talking, I was like, oh, well, maybe they left to go to the other sites, or were dropped off at some of the other sites so they could fix the ships while the first ship went up in the air. I don't know. Don't worry about it. Yeah. It doesn't matter. That's what I had to keep telling myself. It's like, tell a good story. Not every good story you've heard holes can be poked in, right? So, so, One thing I actually regret a ton is that I couldn't figure out any quick way to do closed captioning, because I figured if anybody was watching but like couldn't have the audio on, they're gonna miss everything, right? And that's unfortunate. That's why there's YouTube, I guess, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah. So there's a little bit of mystery left, right? Consider some mysteries. When people disappear, are they gone? Or are they just somewhere else? Dude, I don't remember who it was, but somebody figured out that Jean was one of the bodies in the desert. And I was like, holy shit. I did not think anyone was going to figure that out. Like, I don't know why. I just felt like it was like way too much information. Like, how did anyone remember that person, that character? But I guess it's so hard to know like what someone else would have thought, because these characters and thoughts and, you know, events have been in my head for so long. And Val was like, you know, that was the character that had been recurring for a few chapters then. Okay, some other mysteries. How is Kip okay? I mean, he was definitely exposed to the Dark Blight well before he got that suit on, right? So what happened to him as a kid? What did they do? What did they try? Can you take it at face value that that the suit saved him? Maybe he was young enough that there wasn't enough energy for the Dark Blight to tether too hard to him. Now the blue was just like a transmission thing. It wasn't supposed to be a blue character. It was just like, look, there's only so many things that you can do with OBS. I don't have access. Like, I don't know how to change this model, right? So everything I do post-processing has to be done like on the screen. And if you were curious about how I created that effect, I created a color correction filter. Here, I think I can just wonder, hold on. This could take like 2 seconds. I gotta find one where I'm at. Okay. Okay. So here, I'll give it the same. What is this one? Tuber. Okay. Paste. Where's paste transform? There it is. Okay. So, let's see. So there's a blur filter applied. There's color correction. And there's a LUT that's inverting me. Okay. So there's like, yeah, there's like 3 filters on all the time. Oh, my eyes are reverse? So, okay, here, let me explain that. So this is my model. It has a bunch of states, right? This is one of them. And if you apply all those filters, it just looks a little robot-ish, right? Tiny pupil. Yeah. So it actually just looks like this. But when the eyes aren't white, and don't get me wrong, no part of me is like patting myself on the back about this. This is all experimentation. Right? You just try things until you see something and then you're like, "Oh, wait, that will work." And then you build around that, right? It's a lot of iteration. It's not like I sat down and thought of all this stuff. Like, most of this was just experimentation. Now you may ask, like, what is all this shimmering? Okay, this is actually super easy. I'm going to stop it real quick. Okay. So the color correction has an opacity, and it has I think it's the contrast or the saturation. And then the blur has a level, like, right? It's a directional blur at 0 degrees. So just horizontal blur, right? Okay. I wrote a script in Sammy that repeats forever until I stop it. It's called Ghost Flicker. Every 150 milliseconds, and I did have to like play around with that number. It started at like 100, then I tried 250, and I had to find like the sweet spot. It would randomly change the blur size from 8 to 20, and it would randomly change the opacity from 60% to 80%, like somewhere in that range. And floats were allowed, so it could be like 8.1, 6.25, like it was just random, right? And then would apply those new settings. It would like roll new settings and apply them about 7 times a second, 6 to 7 times a second, which then created this effect that, again, I only found through experimentation, not like I just invented this or anything, that it gave it like, I actually, at first I tried to do it with transitions. So it would look more like it was trying to focus, like go in and out constantly, right? And then when I was kind of getting frustrated with that, and then when I tried it I actually tried to do it like 100 times a second so that it looked like it was too juddery, and so I tried something in the middle, and I was just like, "Holy shit." So if you run this, you can kinda see what it's doing, right? Like, it's changing the blur, like, do, 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 and it's changing the opacity a little bit, which then, because of the resulting colors and the blur, the color correction kind of finds a different, like it kind of paints this weird uh I don't know, like tone mapping on my face. And so then of course I'd take my hat off and my clothes off, so that was a little more alien, a little different than normal stream. That's it. That's the whole effect. It's literally just a blur and color correction filter that Sammy is slightly tweaking the settings of, every 150 milliseconds or something, to give it kind of a low frame rate transmission-y feel. I don't know that it's targeting any one feeling specifically, just a little off. Just something a little different, a little weird. Now, I did do one more thing, actually. Can anybody... There's one other crucial thing that I experimented with today that I have it written down. I have a piece of paper in front of me that says this: activate mic filter. Because, of course, I couldn't hear it. But the whole time we were doing this, my mic had a filter on it, right? So I can't wait to go back and hear how bad that sounds.
It sounded like this, right? That's a crush filter. That's like a bit crush filter. It's very light, but just enough to make it sound like a bad transmission. And then Gralian, which is usually used to do auto-tuning. I use that to lower the tone of the effect by like, I don't know, a half octave or something, just enough to make it not sound exactly like me.
Yeah. So I had to go while y'all were doing the scanning, right? The scanning puzzle, I had to run and change all these things. So I had to activate the mic filter. I had to pull up Obsidian where all my notes were that I was going to read off and, follow along the story I wrote. I had to remove my clothes on the model. I had to disable all the redeems in Sammy and in OBS. I mean, in Twitch. And then I had to change the say command to work for everyone and not just mods. I had to change the default transition in OBS from fade to cut. Otherwise, it would not look like the VHS static would come in fast enough. And there's one other thing I had to do to the model specifically. I'm not going to leave you in suspense. I'm just going to go do it. I changed the cap, the FPS cap of VC face to 15 frames a second. So then the whole model responded and updated about at the same rate. It's not quite the same rate. It's about twice as fast as the thing was changing. But it gave it kind of it looks delayed, low fidelity, right? So I dropped it down to like 10 at one point, and I don't think it looked very good. It was like almost hard to use the app at that point. If I did 7, oh my God, what is happening to my ear? It does not like this. I'm taking off, guys. Oh my God. I can't. I can barely use the application. Holy shit. Okay, there's 10 frames a second. Not functionally different than 5, but I actually think it has an impact, like the way the frame rate works, it has an impact on my mouth. There's way less fidelity in like the expression checking when you're at 15. So, right when I go back to 60, the mouth looks a lot better, but anyway. We came up with the names of all the characters like yesterday. Like I had to find replace everything. It was tough. Anyway. But yeah, the end of the story is not as interesting because then everything's collapsed, right? Like the second half of the story is just the present. There's no more backstory. All the characters are introduced. But it's interesting. Maybe. I don't want to write it. Now that you know, this is the perfect outcome of this, you know. Anyway. So there's some threads left open. What's going on with the dark but the Dark Blight and Kip? Are people really gone? Where did they go? What research? What did they really know about dark reactors? Were they legal? Were they being used responsibly? What happened to all the people that left, like that stayed on the planet? Did they survive? Did they repurpose any of the technology? Are they all dead? What happened? And you know, what superstitions might they have made up about the Dark Blight, or what may have they found out about it? Great, perfect. All just ideas, though. You know, nothing written. So, you know, if I were to ever write this again or like put it out there, I would probably limit it in scope a lot. It would be from a like young adult novel level of writing. It would not be in detail and explaining everything, right? There's no way. But it's so funny because I was thinking about this, like how bad I thought the story actually turned out to be versus like how good I thought it was when I was 18, 19, right? And then we read the Choose Your Own Adventure book about the samurai, and I was like, my dude, actually, I might have written the best book in the world. Like, this person got published, okay? So, no, I think it's... Anyway. Wow, when you put them together, it sure does look creepy as hell, huh? Man, I had never experimented with that. Maybe I should have. But anyway. Well, it'd be pretty weird if I was at the height of English literature because I don't read as much as I should. And, you know, that's not my way in life. But, you know, I may never touch the story again. And I think I'd be okay with that now. Because now I'm not the only one with it in my head, you know? Now all of you have heard the meat of it. And that makes me really happy. It's like fulfilling in ways I probably can't really grasp at right now. But to have been able to pull it off in a way that everybody had fun with, and really like played along with, I appreciate that more than like I could have very well done this and 5 people show up and like just kind of sat there silently and didn't ask any questions, or I could have had a ton of people show up and troll and say dumb things. I mean, you never know. I'm putting myself out there, right? So the fact that y'all came, stayed, participated, and played along was means a lot. So I did see Nav. Can I just say, like, I don't want to say this in front of everybody, but like, I guess I will. I saw that your affiliate anniversary is today, and that you were gonna try to stream, and I was like, fuck. Like, anytime I plan something like this and I see that it overlaps with somebody else's plans, it fucking kills me. I hate it. I can't stand it. I do not want this kind of stuff to like interfere in other people's like genuine plans, right? So I'm sorry. And if you want to do me a favor, you can go follow Nav Bats. There you go. Okay, last chance. Anything else you want to bring up? Any questions you have? I can tell you the hardest part at this point is signing off. I think a lot of you can probably relate to this, but if you can't, whenever you're creative and you put a lot of energy into a creative product and it's like out there, the days after are like, oof, sometimes kind of rough, It's like, what now? Anyway, it's a little bit of a roller coaster. You got to have some downs if you want those ups, right? But I'm sure I'll be onto something else soon enough. I think Lokai and I might be playing a game Sunday night to have a little bit of a palate cleanser on stream. And we'll see. Yeah, and then we'll be in Japan for 10 days in like 3 weeks. So yeah. The only thing that gets me down just a little bit sometimes is that I know there's probably a lot of people out there that mean a lot to me that just were busy tonight. It's Halloween. Lots of people have plans on Halloween and they did not get to be part of it. And that just sucks, Like I can send them a YouTube video, but like are they going to watch a 3-hour YouTube video? I don't know. I know I would be pissed if I missed something like that and I was like doing something that I may not have had a good experience at or something. I don't know. I feel like this is like the most prideful crap I could have ever said. But you know what I'm saying? You understand the point I'm trying to get at. Here, my soul just left my body. What happens if you do the tunic? I thought at first this might look cool, but then even like doing whatever I'm doing in the back end, it just looks like tunic. Like I'm like, oh no, that just still looks like tunic. Sorry. Is Kip able to successfully figure out what happened on the planet, or is he satisfied with what he does find? Huh. It's a good question. Well, let me think about this for a second. I know the answer, but You know that emotion I just explained where you like prepare for something and then it's like you did it. Now what? That is explored a little bit in the second half. Like, okay, I grew up. I worked hard. I'm the best at a lot of things now, and that drive that was all provided by I want to go to my planet. I want to figure out what happened. Then what? So I think he finds answers. Maybe not the ones he's expecting. But he finds out that he has attracted enough friends around him and people that trust him and can support him that he doesn't need to know what's next. Other than potentially trying to form like a third party government. But whatever. That's like after the book is over, that's kind of where it leaves off. Like, well, what now? Because I have evidence that like could incriminate everyone. So yeah. There is actually a husky. Well, yeah. There's a husky in the story that's like not his best friend, but a pretty good friend. And I wrote most of this before I met Lokai, so yeah, JD, exactly. Yeah. There's Swiftpaw. Swiftpaw is another character that did not make it into this retelling. Hey, Crystal. Thank you so much. That's super kind. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so you know what's next for me? I'm going to be editing this down somehow and putting it on YouTube just for memories and just to show a couple people. Not expecting YouTube fame, just, you know, I want to preserve it. There's a lot of things I do on stream that I forget to preserve and it drives me crazy. I'm not one of those types that like saves every VOD. That would be OCD of me, I think. But like I think the last, you know how we do those like state of the borough, like state of the community streams like once a year in February. I forgot to back up the one from this February because it was like the day after I got laid off or whatever. And so I was just like, shit. So I have a recording of every single one of them up until this year. And then I just forgot. So this filter, there you go. These are the sunglasses. Cool. And these are the normal glasses. All right. Hey, I don't see you around here a ton, Reasonable D, but I see that you took to the story pretty well and worked out a lot of the puzzles and helped quite a bit. So special shout out to you. Thanks for participating. It seems like this was kind of your thing, which is pretty cool to see, especially when it's like someone I didn't expect, you know. Yeah. So, but who knows? Maybe Kip has an ending that hasn't yet been written, you know? That's a missed reference. All right. I'm going to press the button. I could talk about this all night. Maybe we'll have an encore viewing of it at some point just to kind of, you know, put it behind me. Y'all, I have to promise you though, and you have to promise me, not every Halloween is going to have something like this. It's like a week after my birthday. If every time I do this, I just don't do shit for my birthday. I can't be that guy that does like a full production story written puzzles every Halloween. I'm not going to do this every Halloween. In fact, if this is the last one I do for Halloween, great. Go out on a high note, you know? But yeah, I'm going to go relax the best I can. Worry about the future. Thanks for participating. It was so much fun. So much more fun than I thought it was going to be. Y'all are awesome. I'm going to press the button. Hey, man, thank you so much. Y'all are so cool. I am going to read Matthias, because not enough of you follow Matthias Silvers, who is one of the kindest people I've met on Twitch. They check on me often. We've talked about a lot. They've participated in a lot of the crazy ideas I have. They've been a strong member of the Tuna community for years. And they're one of those people that I just wish I had the opportunity to go visit, you know, like just hang out with. Probably so many cool stories to hear. So anyway, back to video games soon. But seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for giving me an excuse to work on something so absurd. That's all I need, man. I just need an excuse. I need to get smiles. If there's anything you can do to help the legacy of this stream you saw tonight live on, just tell people about it when it goes on YouTube, you know? It's cool to know that things I work on matter to people sometimes, you know? I'm not asking for fame and fortune. I'm just saying if people knew about this, that'd be cool. Anyway, have a great weekend. I'll see you Sunday night. Catch you later.